Whakatahau ki te toru, whakatihau kia ina ki uta, e he ākea, ora, e Māori ora. Thank you. We have apologies from Councillor Padowitz for partial absence. Wonder which part of him is absent. But if we could...
Poiwi Kelly, I was just speaking with her earlier as well. She'll try and be online, but she just wanted to make sure her apologies are noted. She's at a tangi.
Oh, yes, actually, sorry, she did send me a note about that as well. Thank you for that. So could I just have... I think I move a motion to that effect, and if we could, I'll move it, and Councillor Matthews will second it, and if we could just actually vote on that. Lost my screen. And that is passed. Does anybody have any conflicts of interest? No? Thank you. Confirmation of the minutes of the last meeting, which I will move and Councillor Matthews will second. I can just have you all voting on that one as well. That is also passed. There are no items not on the agenda. Now, for public participation, we have two representatives from the Commerce Commission who are going to give us a brief presentation around their regulation of electricity lines companies. And this came about because Councillor Calvert and I went down to the Commission to ask about their regulation of the resilience of Wellington electricity, and we were extremely impressed by what we saw, and we thought that you would all benefit from seeing their work in this area, because of course it also has application to water regulation, which is a coming thing, which will be relevant for Wellington as well. So I'd like to welcome, I think we've got Sean McCready and Andy Burgess, is that right? Yep. Who are going to come here and take us through what Councillor Calvert and I saw a week or so ago. So thank you very much, guys, for coming up this morning.
Good morning, everyone, and thanks very much for inviting us. We want to start with some introductions. So I'm Andy Burgess. I'm the General Manager for Infrastructure Regulation at the Commerce Commission. I've seen some of you before when I and my colleague came to talk to you about water regulation. So I'm responsible for regulation of electricity lines, gas pipelines, water, the fibre broadband networks, and the three main New Zealand airports, Wellington, Auckland and Christchurch. And with me I've got Sean McCready, who is our principal engineer, who will be running through what we call our performance accessibility tool, which is a way in which we compare the performance of different electricity distribution businesses, and actually a way in which anyone in the country can compare their performance. So I'll hand over to Sean, and then I'm very happy to talk about what this might mean for water once Sean's presented.
Kia ora koutou. So I've got a couple of slides for the presentation, and then I'm going to go into our performance accessibility tool live, so we can answer some questions. So our role I wanted to cover, and the available data and information that we produce, and then I'll focus on Wellington electricity. I'm just seeing that's changed. Oh, there it is. It's a little bit of a lag, sorry. So we're responsible for regulating the transmission and distribution under the part of the Commerce Act. We regulate all the lines companies, or we call them EDBs, electricity distribution. 16 out of the 29 lines companies, we set their revenue limits, their price quality. The remaining ones, we only have information disclosure requirements. And on this particular slide, it's nearly coming, there it is. Of all 29 EDBs, information disclosure, there's around 2,500 to 3,500 lines of information that come in every year to the Commission on information disclosure they give us. It also includes asset management plans, valuations, expenditure forecasts, quality measures, capacity, performance measures. The other 16 EDBs within that are also their prices set, and that's the revenue that they can claim back from the consumer. We also set quality standards, and setting the revenue, we dive deep into the expenditure, the capital and the OPEX expenditure, and you'll see some of that come through in the slides. Available information. These are items that we produce on a yearly basis. Sorry, it's just a bit of a lag. There it is. We do a Trends and Local Lines Company Performance Report, and we do the Performance Summaries Report, which is the table below, which is an Excel spreadsheet. So that's using all that data, and you can see what the different EDBs and how they're tracking or performing. And we have the Performance Availability tool. So that's all the data that comes in, and I'll dive into that one now. Shut that down. It's just a bit of a lag. There it is. So this is our performance accessibility tool. This is available to anybody that's got an internet access. So it's all publicly available information. So I wanted to look at, particularly I'll do Wellington Electricity, and where we go first is what I look at in my role. I look at the performance of different EDBs engineering-wise. And so we look at the first element is return on investment, how they're going. And what you can see here, and I've highlighted Wellington Electricity, they're sitting within their pack. So we group the different EDBs. We've got a grouping, and that's around size, density, number of customers that's there. And within their group is Orion, Vector, Well Networks, which is in Hamilton, and Wellington Electricity. And you can see on their return on investment, they're actually up there. We can then take the next one. I'll go regulatory profit. How are they going on their profit? Are they getting too much, different EDBs? And you see Wellington Electricity is sitting down within their peers in the lower half of it. I can choose a different ratio here and go put the ratio against the number of customers. How are they going against their customers? And they're actually in the lower amount. And the graph, the chart on the side there, is their trend. Since 2015, we've been collecting this data, and you can see how their trend's going. So I'm now going to jump up into capital expenditure. So I want to know are they investing in their assets? Good infrastructure owner should be investing. So how Wellington doing, or how any EDB goes? I'll just change this ratio for a minute. So what I've got on there is total capital expenditure. Sorry, this is just a bit of a lag. Yeah, we're there now. Total capital expenditure shown just for Wellington Electricity. The bar charts on the side is how you can compare the different distribution businesses. And then we've got the chart at the bottom to go. The black line is their previous investment. The orange line is what comes out of their asset management plans. So I'm looking to see, are they looking to invest? Is there a problem? I then go and say, okay, so they're looking lower in their capital investment compared to their peers. In the table here, just to the right of where my mouse is, I can see that 42% of their expenditure in asset replacement and system growth is around 7.1%. If I click on system growth for a minute, I can see that they're really low compared to everybody else. And that's because they don't have the growth. If I look at the likes of, well, Orion, especially Orion and Vector, they've got a lot of growth areas. So that's a lot of investment going into growth. I'm interested in, are they investing in their current assets? So that's asset replacement and renewal. Let's come up now. And you can see in the chart there, down to the bottom left, they've started climbing up and around 2022, dropped down, 24 million, dropped down to 19 million, $5 million as a transformer is not a lot in that sort of money, but they have been investing and it's starting to climb. And I look at their forecast investment going, actually that's looking quite good. They're looking to invest up. Compared to their peers, they're pretty good on asset replacement and renewal. I then go on to say, okay, so that's cool on the capital, and I can compare in a time series over time with their peer groups. And what I've done here is I've just selected their peer group. I can select any distribution business on this chart by just doing a click. You can see Vector's well up there on their time and capital replacement. I can choose a category. Okay, let's have a look at asset replacement and renewal. Are they looking after their current assets? Within their grouping, they're in the centre between Orion and Well Networks, a little bit lower than Vector. Vector's done quite a lot of investment coming up. Renewal and growth. This category here, I look at the asset replacement and renewal, and I can see here, what I've clicked on here is distribution, substations and transformers. I can pick on the total. And what I'm doing here is I'm looking for the different categories of assets. Are they investing them? Is there anything that they're not investing in? Their investment in the past has been fairly flat. They're still within their peer group. And I can look through and go, okay, substations and transformers are a critical piece of kit. And what you can see here is quite spiky. And these type of assets, spikiness is fairly typical. You've got a 50-year, 80-year, 90-year-old asset that you want to run to the end of its life before you invest, maximise the value out of it. So you get the spikes when it comes to replacement. And so they've been doing that. Let's look at operating expenditure. So in the operating expenditure, we've got interruptions, vegetation management, routine corrective maintenance, and asset replacement and renewal, and then you get the non-OPEX, non-network OPEX. So that's the overheads, the operating and systems. In a total, what you can see there within their peer group, they're doing okay. They're in that lower end again. They've been investing in their OPEX totally, and they've got a forecast that's going to climb. If I look at asset replacement and renewal, they've been climbing that up, and one of their peers have actually dropped off. Orion's actually dropped off because they've had no expenditure in asset replacement and renewal. They've been putting it in capital. So they've been spending there, which is good. I look at vegetation management from the sense of outages, forced and unplanned outages, because if they're not spending on vegetation, you get the trees coming across the lines, you get more outages coming through. So there we go. Sorry, it's taken a bit of time. There it is. That's looking quite reasonable. They've been climbing up. It's been up and down. You will get some variation coming through, and they've got a forecast up. Operating expenditure time series. Once again, I've just chosen their peer group. And what I've picked on here, looking at, is non-network OPEX. So this is their overheads. And so how much are they spending on just pure overheads and that management side of things? And then in their peer group, this is no ratios at all, no ratio, their trend has been fairly flat compared to the likes. When you look at Vectors there, it's climbed up. But what I can do here is type in, if I do a ratio against the number of customers, Wellington's overhead or non-network OPEX is actually quite low on a per number of customers compared to its peer group. I can look at the spend density. So every EDB has a different density, and that's how compact it is. And Wellington Electricity, you're a compact area. So you look at the density, and you can see down in the bottom right-hand corner of this chart, this is all distribution businesses. The bottom right-hand corner is Wellington Electricity. It is the most dense. You've got Vector, Nelson Electricity, and Electricity Invercargill, which we call really dense because they're underground networks. They're fairly confined. And what I've done here is the spend per ICP customer. And you can sort of see Wellington Electricity is sitting at 125 per customer relative to some of the others which are less dense, and you see the price is quite high for them. Now that we've looked at the investment, I look at the capital, look at the OPEX, I'm going, how's their performance? How's the outcome? Are they actually performing in their reliability or their quality parameters? So this is reliability by equipment. I'll go into reliability by cause, which is will flow onto the conversation for the next part. Wellington Electricity have actually got a low, what we call SAIDI interruptions. They're fairly low in their peer group. Their trend is starting to climb. So back in 2022, it's starting to come up. It's not steep, but it's starting to increase. So you go, okay, why is that? What am I looking at? Up on the table, I'm seeing 31% of their interruptions is caused by defect equipment. I look at that and go, so is the expenditure not in the right place? Is there something happening on their defects that they're not there? So I have to click on that, look at their defect equipment, and see their peer group. They're below them, they're on the medium, and they've had a big climb back in 2023. Slight drop in 2024 on SAIDI, not huge. When I compare some of the others, and I'll do a random look to see what some others are doing. It's not a good one, they've gone down. You can see well there did a big increase. So you will see these spikes coming up every so often, but it's to see if there's a trend going on. And I've got to fill in the other part of the picture, which is about asset health, which I'll come to in a minute. So defect equipment has caused their major, and then you've got adverse weather. And you can see something happened in 2024 around the Wellington network that caused quite a big spike from 0.16 minutes up to 10.65 minutes. So I'm guessing there was quite a storm that came through in 2024 that's caused a lot of interruptions. Asset condition, which is the other part of the conversation around how are they going. We get this information. What I've just shown here is I just wanted to pull up a different EDB to start with, which is PowerCo. So what we have is, we've got all the different asset types. We've got power poles, distribution LV cables, lines, distribution switchgear, transformers. So the whole lot is there. So what we're looking for is a health score, and the colours you see here is that Moroni type colour, beige, yeah, Moroni, is the H5, that's good health. Coming down to the red, which I'm showing here in wooden poles, that's poor health, so it should be being replaced. I pulled up PowerCo because in this wooden pole area down here on the bottom right-hand corner of where my mouse is, you can see in 2016 they had a lot of H1, poor wooden poles. And so their asset condition going, well, they've got to improve that. And you can see over time that they've been investing in poles, which is the top colour. The H5 shows investment, that's new poles, and the red has been going down, which is good. So we're getting a better health in wooden poles out there, so they shouldn't fall over. Now I'm going to jump into Wellington. The reason I showed you PowerCo to start with is because we had red, and I can show you a trend. What I'm looking in Wellington here, and I'll come down to their wooden, this is all poles, I'll just come down to the wooden poles down here. You can see there's actually very little red down here. So their H1 poles, I think there's about 1 or 2 they've scored there in that 2023, and they've been investing. And their other pole types are all looking good. If I scroll down and look at the data down there, my first glance is I'm looking for if there's any red and if there's any trend over time that's climbing in the red, and I can't see any. I'm also looking for any missing data or things that haven't changed. So when you're doing asset condition, some of these assets, such as cables, you see there that it looks like it hasn't changed. Cables are really hard to check the condition on because they're underground, you can't see a lot. So it's done on an age based and the type of the cables they are, if they're oil-filled, gas-filled or an XLPE. So you're doing a different cable type which will give you a different age-based condition. And you sort of see a little bit here in the H2. And then if I look into their asset management plan, I can find that they've actually got some gas and oil-filled cables reaching the 50-odd year, 40, 50-year mark. So they're due for replacement probably in the next 5 to 10 years. Go back to the capital expenditure. I can see there's expenditure going to occur in that state. I'm going to ask if there's any questions because I've been talking for 20 minutes. Yes, Councillor.
That was fascinating. I've got quite a few questions actually. So, Councillor Free first.
When you may not know the answer to this, but can I just say I'm massively impressed. I can't wait till we've got this going on for our water. Anyway, my question was really about the growth. Have you ever asked them if they factored in the increase in electric vehicles?
Yeah, so I've sort of preempted a couple of questions. And what we do as part of our asset management plan requirements is they've got to do their forecasting. So what I've just shown up here is in their asset management plan, and which is something I get to read. There's only 364 pages. You can see their trend and their forecast. So the upper limits is a winter capacity N-1 and an M limit. So in their forecasting, they do take that into consideration. When they come in for extra funding or when we set the default price path, we do look at those forecasts to see if they're relevant and what are the investment options they're looking at.
So my impression is that they're actually doing pretty well. Is that what you think your data is saying as well, compared to their peers?
In terms of their expenditure, yes.
Well, in terms of their whole profile around our reliability, the investment, the asset management.
There are others I have conversations with. Yeah. So I get to visit the different EDBs and we have a process and we have targeted visits. So there are others we targetedly visit.
Electricity is not in that.
It's not one in that category.
No, it's not in that group.
Yeah, because I mean, what I've seen looks pretty reassuring as things go. But anyway.
I look at their data quality and I presented a couple of weeks ago to different EDBs about their data quality because it was missing data. I've not seen any missing data with Wellington Electricity.
Thank you.
Thank you. Nice seeing you again. Just a couple of questions. One, when you talk about defective equipment and then for outages and then outages that might be through storm, is there any correlation that maybe equipment wasn't robust enough to last the storm, so may have been defective? So I'm just trying to understand if when we have like a storm outage, is that because of the storm or was because the equipment was potentially not as robust as it should have been?
Yeah, so with the, I'm going to pick on poles, power poles and cross arms, which is the bits that go across the tops.
Yeah.
If you're getting storms up, which we're now starting to see in New Zealand, which are higher wind loadings or even higher rain, that they haven't been designed 50 years ago for that.
Yeah.
So the design standards are starting to change.
Yeah.
So they're now doing condition assessments and all EDBs are improving their what we call their cross-arm inspections. because they do know that the wind is taking them out now.
Yeah. Okay,
It'll take time to reinvest, to replace.
Yeah, and early on in your presentation, you touched on other about asset investment into growth, but there hadn't been that in Wellington. But is that from your perspective relative to there's been no growth in the population of Wellington as opposed to any other needs?
Yeah, the growth category that we have there is for that. Population growth, new subdivisions, all new businesses, all that sort of area.
Okay, thank you. And just my third final question is, I mean, one of the things that sparked this, excuse the pun, was the I don't know, it's a substation, whatever, in Brooklyn. Yeah, and we know we've been waiting. Yeah, there's been anecdotal advice about that being replaced or some parts being replaced. Can you comment anything on that?
Not on the Brooklyn one.
Oh, is it,
you're thinking
Central Park. Sorry, yeah, Central Park. Yeah.
As part of the regime that's there, we do customised price paths, and those customised price paths can be for when the distribution business wants extra funding. And when it comes to resilience, and what I didn't show, I'll come back to Central Park. What I didn't show around the capital, which is reliability and safety, which I'll just bring up now, for Wellington. You can see there in around 2020, they had quite a big spike. They came through to the Commission for funding for resilience readiness, which was getting ready for any major event, and they got extra funding allowance, which is that spike up. Some of that went into that Central Park area, and particularly around zone substation security for earthquake protection. So they do that. We're expecting to see a reopener, so they're going to come to us for more funding for Central Park over the next month or so. They've given us that indication, not for resilience, for load and demand change. So they have been working on that demand because Central Park is a risky site to them. It's in their asset management plan, and they've indicated that they want to come and ask for extra funding.
Okay, thank you.
Expect that in a couple of weeks.
So thank you. So the Central Park has been raised locally with the inner city Wellington councillors, and the concern is, and we know about the redevelopment of, I know it's not a substation, whatever it's called, but the concern is the fact that it's a single line coming through and the vulnerability of the single line. Do you have any role to play with that, so that there's a backup for it?
So there's what we call 3 circuits. So Transpower own the circuits, the big pylons. So there's 3 circuits that go into Central Park. They're on one pylon, if you like. So there's three circuits on the one pylon. So if you lose a circuit, you've still got another 2.
What happens if you lose the pylon?
That's the risk.
If they undo the screws at the bottom?
Hopefully Transpower's fix that one. They've done a lot of work on fixing that. The threat is around if there's any fire or anything around that particular site. So both Transpower and Well are working, and they both come to us for funding when they land a solution for there. So our role is to provide that funding and to challenge.
Keep challenging. So the second question, and you may think it's rather frivolous, but it's not, about the wooden poles. So again, this is a central city question. So quite a few people in Wellington don't understand why we have wooden poles, which they feel look a bit rural for our incredibly sophisticated city. Incredibly sophisticated city. So is there any kind of guideline, and I can tell you later who they are, is there any guidelines when they use wooden, and why would they use wooden rather than, say, concrete? Each
EDB does have different standards. Some will use concrete, some will use wooden. And it depends on the loading and the environment around. So concrete poles in a sea spray area there's a reinforcing bar inside them, and that can corrode. So that will reduce the life of the pole, where a wooden pole doesn't suffer from corrosion.
Right. Okay. So the thing is, with the whole of Wellington is a maritime climate, though, isn't it? So they should all be concrete poles because of the, no, or is it the other way around?
It would have depended on the engineers over the years. The standards have changed all through years.
Okay, thank you. I will read
And
that.
price.
Thank you.
Yeah, I love a good Power BI, so thank you for this. What I was wondering about was the actual data feeding in, because obviously your dashboards are only as good as what's coming through. How much of this is sensors electronic, and how much is sort of manual counts and basically Excel spreadsheets of asset conditions and investment that then you're having to transfer into manual? So I guess when I'm asking at a high level, how confident are you of the veracity of the data inputs that is going into this?
Firstly, directors need to sign off on them. So directors have a responsibility and a liability for signing off correct information. Some EDBs have processes which data may be missing, which we do spot and have those conversations with them and ask them. Others do actually spot it themselves and come back.
Great, thanks very much. I'm very impressed by this data, and I think it's actually good to have a comparison with other suppliers. But where's the information on service levels? Like, for example, a couple of weeks ago, I went through Newtown, and half the streets there, many of the streets there, were pitch dark, and the lights weren't going. So, and I'm sure that the residents there wouldn't give a hoot about how they're doing compared to Vector, but more concerned about getting the lights back on. So where's the information on reliability or the number of outages they have and what caused them and what they actually need to do? Like, do you understand whether it's because they don't have adequate capacity there or they need more transformers? What's the analysis on that?
So the chart I've just brought up is reliability. So that's the quality standard we set for each of the different distribution businesses. So we've got, with Wellington, they've got a standard. I don't know that, I can't remember off the top of my head what the number is, which they've got to comply with. If they breach that, then that's a different conversation. So that's all available. The outage information, we don't go down to each individual outage. We come up to overall high level.
But if so there's a maximum number of outages that each EDB has to not exceed. If they exceed that level, we will investigate, we will ask questions, and we will look at any underlying trends. And if the underlying trends might reveal a lack of investment or a lack of proper management, and we will take those specific issues up with the EDB. But what we don't do, just because of proportionality and resources, is look at individual outages as they occur, but we look at whether they are meeting the annual limit, the annual sort of maximum limit on the number of outages.
Okay, that's good, but when I was up there looking at these very dark streets, I asked them how long they've actually been out, and they said they've been out for weeks. And so why is...
Ray, sorry, I think we're getting really into the minutiae here. We really run out of time, so I've just got time for one more question, so maybe you could do that offline later. Councillor Free, you have the last question.
Yeah, thank you. I'm digging back into my engineering background here. Is it true that Wellington City has a sort of a ring circuit for its distribution? So if you do have a power cut, the power is able to flow in different directions to get to a location? I'm asking this to understand a bit more about the resilience.
Yeah, so I've just shown that in their asset management plan, that's all their different zone substations and GXPs, which are grid exit points. They have some element of backfeeding, so they can backfeed between the different zone substations. I don't have the detail on that, but I do know within their network, and most networks have that. Yes.
Okay. And they've got as much resilience as you would be comfortable or expect for a comparable city, in terms of different ways of feeding the power to a location?
Yeah, we don't go into the detail to see what is the amount of backfeed. We look at a high level to what is the utilisation of each of the zone substations, so they make sure they're not 100% utilised during the winter peak or summer.
Okay.
And if they are, then why are they not investing in that space?
And I will actually support Councillor Chung in saying that there are an awful lot of streetlights out quite a lot of the time. And I don't quite know if it triggers to the level, but it's quite noticeable. Just to make a comment. I know what he's talking about because it happens in our area a lot, really dark streets. Yeah.
Hey, thank you very much, Andy and Sean. I really appreciate you coming along this morning, and I think we've all found it utterly fascinating. So, and very reassuring, I'd hasten to add. So, thank you very much for your time this morning.
Thanks very much. And just very briefly on water, it all starts with getting the right information out there in the first place. So we will be we announced a draft decision on Wellington Water yesterday. Once long-term legislation passes, there will be a package of information requirements for every water provider. And then we will start to get this information out and then be able to make the same kind of comparisons that we've got for EDBs once we get the information.
We'll get you back for that. So what?
It occurred to me while I was looking at this really useful data that it'd be great if, for something like Wellington Water, its successor, if actually each TA could get its own information so we can kind of see if how we're tracking with the other partners in the group, so to speak. Yeah, rather than just having amalgamated data, which has been our problem, at least until we get the consistent price stuff that will come.
So we'll reflect on that, but also just, Wellington Council is a key stakeholder for Wellington Electricity and Wellington Water, and so you should be able to have a dialogue with the entity, and they should, within reason, provide whatever information you feel you need to be assured about the service.
Well, thank you for saying that publicly. We will follow that up. Thank you.
Within reason. Thanks very much.
Thanks very much.
Right. Please welcome Sarah Jane Still and Brad Singh to introduce the report to talk about road stopping. Oh, sorry, we don't have Brad. Jacob. Thanks, guys.
Kia ora, councillors. This is Jacob. He wrote the paper. So this is a road stopping land exchange proposal that has been brought to us by the Ministry of Education. So they'd like to purchase some road land adjoining Onslow College, and we in turn would like to acquire from them some land from Raroa Intermediate, which is across the street, as parts of that land do go over the formed footpath and a little bit of the carriageway, so we just want to realign the road. It's pretty straightforward. This will be done under the Public Works Act as they are a Crown entity, and so therefore no public notification will be required, just minister consent. Yeah, we'll take the paper as read. Any questions?
Thank you. I was just, it was me that asked the question, the only question. So you're saying that the access is around reconfiguration to the existing car parking area. It's not about massive expansion of car parking?
No, so there's already like a gravel car park which you can see from Google Maps. So they are basically repaving it and then changing one of the entrances just north of the current pedestrian crossing. And so I think it's just reconfiguring the access into the driveways of the school and stuff like that.
It's just the paper was about more parking, or
we do cover reconfiguration of the access in the paper.
Yeah, but also, so I'm just trying to understand: are they going to create more parking?
Because no, it's access to their car park.
Okay, yeah. Okay, all right. That is reassuring.
Great, thanks. I've been actually following this development with interest in Onslow College, and they've actually almost finished their roadworks around there and the bus entrance. So is the land we're actually selling part of that car park, but not part of the project that they've almost finished now?
No, so the car park is existing land that they own. It's north of that, so beyond the crossing where the new access has gone in.
Yep, okay, but they've been working on that now for a couple of months. And so it's almost completed. So why are we just bringing this to council now to say that we're interested in selling it to them when they've almost finished the work that they're doing there?
That's a separate process to the road stopping, and that would have been potentially sorted out with the transport team. I'm unsure.
But what if we say that we don't want to sell it and they've already finished it?
If they're building like just a driveway, they can do that without buying the land. Yeah.
Okay, great. Okay, thank you.
Yes. The question I have is this is actually a land swap, isn't it? So there's another piece of land on the other side, which we are going to obtain as part of this swap. And so is that extra piece of land for any particular purpose, or are we just getting a wee bit of extra flexibility for the future for Burma Road?
Yeah, so it's two small areas in two different points where the land parcel for the school, actually our road encroaches on that, so we're realigning those boundaries so that the road sits in legal roadland, and it also gives us more flexibility for potential cycleways in the future.
Okay, thank you.
One of the issues we've got with that whole area is the pedestrian crossing, and I understand there was somebody injured on there a couple of weeks ago. There's no traffic lights, and the lighting's really poor. So I know this is not directly related to the road stopping, but it's all about that whole intersection and how people are crossing the road. So is there any thought being given to that as terms of how do we make that a safer crossing as part of that whole what's being planned for that whole intersection area?
So that would likely sit with the transport team. It's not part of the road stopping consideration, so we haven't had any thought around it.
So how, when we do this, how do we make sure that the rather than just looking at just one part of the puzzle, is that somebody takes a holistic look at the area, just to make sure that there's no unintended consequences, and that's what I'm worried about, is about unintended consequences if no one's taken a holistic look at that area.
So the road stopping is assessed by our transport team and also our vehicle access team, so if they had any concerns at that point they would have raised them, and they haven't raised any. So if there has been an incident, this would likely have been raised with the transport team. Unfortunately Brad's not here. But yeah, so we don't concern ourselves with really what's happening outside of the road stopping, unfortunately.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I think what you're saying is that through this process we refer it internally to departments who will have an interest in the area.
Yeah.
And if those departments don't raise any issues they'll let the team know and they'll proceed with the road stopping procedure. But you would certainly have known about it if there was an issue. Regarding that particular accident, I think we'll just take that on notice and provide some advice. Councillor Calvert, I'm sure if there was a pedestrian hit, we will know about it.
We will know, yes.
And that'll be logged probably in My Safety, and of course Brad can provide some written advice about whether that's still a safety concern.
Just with that pedestrian crossing, is we do get a lot of comments. In particular, it's used quite a bit when school starts and finishes, and just the way the kids just wander across the road, and we have traffic backed up for quite a bit, so it's just not working that effectively. So again, I'm not really seeing a holistic approach to this, just with what we're trying to do here.
So we're talking about selling land to the school so that they can do work that they need to do. If there is an issue with the pedestrian crossing, that needs to be raised with the transport team so that can be assessed.
Yeah,
my team has no ability to fix that issue.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Right, just remind what happens now. I think we have Councillor McNulty would like to move the.
Yes. Happy to move this paper. I suppose I should allay some of Councillor Pennett's concerns about Onslow College. As a student that went there, I took the train every single day. I lived in Awaroa Street, so it was a nice walk down the road. Took the train to Onslow College off at Rauroa, along with hundreds of others. I would argue that in terms of every high school in the city, Onslow College probably has the highest proportion of public transport users, because there's also a very large catchment from Kōrau, and that Kōrau bus was forever overcrowded and in point of discussion. So yes, this is land swap around a car park, but I can assure you that Onslow students are probably some of the most green commuters in all of our high schools in the city. So I'm very much preempting some opposition there to it, but I think this is a common sense swap, and I have no issues, and I'm happy to move it.
It's being seconded by Councillor Randall. Would you like to speak? Thank you. Councillor Pennant would like to debate this.
Just a very short point, because paragraph 14 does talk about in order to accommodate additional bus and car parking. So just important to be. And I'm glad to hear that our teenagers are taking a leadership role in sustainable transport use. That's exactly what they should be doing.
Yeah, look, I understand what's trying to happen, but I'm not going to support this because there's been a pedestrian crossing that's been an issue for years, on and off. The issues have been raised. I know councillors around this table have gone to talk to the school about what could be done to make that pedestrian crossing work better. They haven't had made much progress, and yeah, and look, I just think when we're doing this sort of thing, we need to take a more holistic look. Appreciate the focus on the cycleways, but there's also about the pedestrians. And so I want to ensure that the pedestrians are also equally considered and looked after and kept safe. And when we do this sort of thing, we need to make sure that we are planned to make sure that it's a busy crossing at times of the day. It's just down the road also from a Ryman's facility as well. And so, look, I just think we are not thinking through what this when people talk about the council, they don't talk about a road stopping team or a traffic engineers team. They look at us as the council, and that's what we're here for. So I appreciate what's trying to be done here, but this is really more about trying to make sure that we have a joined up approach to these type of things, and I'm not seeing that at this stage.
So first of all, I agree with Councillor Calvert's concerns around that crossing, and I think that Onslow College is a very large college, and the high usage of public transport outlined by Councillor McNulty is actually one of the main causes of this, because we've got a constant stream of buses and rail users arriving and using that crossing. This is the middle of winter, and in the evening it can be quite dark and unsafe. And you know, that said, though, I think that this exercise of road stopping is really separate from the issue of trying to address a safety thing. Onslow College spent a lot of money trying to remodel their entrance to get better and safer traffic flow. For those who aren't aware, they've essentially separated the entrance from the exit so that there's not people going in and out of the same point in the middle of peak times. So it is a safety improvement. I'd also note to Councillor Pennant that I'm not sure if she's sure, but road reserve is often used for car parking, and some of the road reserve that's being taken has actually been taken away from car parking. And I just support the officers from working well with the college and just supporting our side of things. And I do, want to pick up on the issue of safety along that area, though, and make sure the office and I support Councillor Calvert's efforts to try and get that re-looked at again. Thank you.
Councillor Panowitz, I think you're online. Are you going to vote? Receiving lead, not. Oh, you did. Okay, that is passed. Thank you very much. We'll now move on to the proposed district plan tranche 2 decisions. And we will have the introduction to this before morning tea, so we'll get the show on the road. Can I please welcome Shauna Dane and Liam Hodges to introduce the report?
So, Chair, do you want to take questions of the amendments as they're introduced, or should we put them in now after the introduction?
As they're introduced.
Kia ora tātou, councillors. I'm very excited about this, and I'm trying to try try to create some excitement for you as well. This process, you've been surrounded by planning tragics, and I think we've converted a few along the way as well, I hope. So Michael's joining us as well, Michael Ndundum, and welcome. We've got a couple of team members on the executive table as well, temporarily, of course. I think the chair has been kind of give me just a couple of minutes to introduce the paper, but I also understand he wants to, when we get through this particular paper, thank the staff as well. But I wanted to acknowledge firstly where this started, post-Kaikoura earthquakes. Would you believe? Anna Harley and David Chick started this process, my predecessor, Anna, the previous role that Sean and Chris Vida held. We did the spatial plan, we adopted that, we had a change of council, we moved into a draft district plan, and that went out for consultation. Then we entered the formal process in 2023. Now, a number of you had been around the table during that time, so we've been over 2 trienniums. I want to thank those who've been with us for the whole length, but also thank the councillors who've worked really collaboratively with staff. I think it's been actually a really rewarding process, fraught sometimes. There's been some very big issues we've dealt with, but I want to thank everyone for the time and effort they've put into it and being patient with us as we've taken through a pretty technical piece of work. Just want to acknowledge Sean, who started in 2021, the enormous reform that happened under the previous government with the IHP process. We also had the ISSP, which was the fast-track housing work. The joining, if you like, of our Māori ward councillor, Councillor Winera, and also our po iwi during that period of time as well. And their contributions to the plan. Just wanted to, from a staff point of view, acknowledge that effort. So we've effectively got a plan in front of you now that is contemporary and modern, I hope. We've tripled nearly the housing potential for the city. We've adopted environmental controls and standards that are best in class. WSD, Word of Sensitive Urban Design in particular, is of note. I talk about the connectivity and integration of planning in the city because we know it's a massive lever we pull to ensure the city continues to grow. So planning and building goes hand in hand. This group, it's a privilege to lead, but I ram home this idea that we have to provide consistency and certainty to our customers and community as much as possible to give them the confidence that there is a plan for the city in a direction and a prosperous and growing and environmental friendly one. And so this consistency and certainty I hope will be reflected in the plan, but I don't leave it at that. I take it to our building teams downstairs when they're providing advice in a very complex world. Be consistent and provide certainty to people investing in the city, because if you don't, it is a disincentive to have confidence in the city. So when we look at this plan and we build it, we think about what it is at a strategic level, at a high altitude, but also how it affects people on the ground. So just wanted to provide you with that, that certainty that we look at it as a whole connected system. The irony is, of course, planning reforms are just around the corner. And just as we mint this plan after almost 5 to 7 years worth of hard mahi, we've got some quite significant reforms happening, which of course we're going to take you through, and we're going to go through those together when they're launched and announced, some of which are already out. But I can give you this confidence and this tick. We are best dressed for this. We're best in class. It's a contemporary plan. It's a digital plan. And we're going to be ready for the reforms. This is a national planning standard district plan. We've used all of the guidance MFE has given us in its iconography and words and zones. So we hope we will be best dressed for when these reforms happen. And on that note, one final thank you for everyone who has participated around this elected member table. It's been a real privilege to lead it for you. Over to you, Sean.
Actually, so I'll just make a small comment before I let Sean loose. What is, just in terms of the Q&A that we're now going to also have the opportunity to embark on, I'll just remind you all that we had 5 hours, 28 minutes of briefings, which I did go back and review. Like Sean, I occasionally like to review these things. And I've learned that I should turn my own microphone off more often. So we have had a lot of opportunity to actually go through these issues, so I hope that we can be succinct today. I would like to say a special thanks to Sean's team. I think that Sean, Michael, Liam as well, Adam Andrew and Kaylin, and also the members of the AHP have done a particularly good job, and they've put in several man years, so our 5 hours and 28 minutes is dwarfed by the amount of time you guys have put in. Man years, man and woman years. So thank you very much for, and I did read a lot of the over 700 pages of the IHP report, which, to be honest, I actually found extremely clear and without probably the use of artificial intelligence even. So thank you very much for actually doing all the work and making the issues extremely clear, I think, for all of us. So thank you, and I'll now leave it to you.
Thanks, and one further word of thanks, because I would be excommunicated if I wasn't, acknowledging Maina Mackie, who's held the stick all the way through under David and under me. She's been a sentinel, ensuring that we've kept on track and managed to sort of troubleshoot all the issues as they've emerged. And I really want to thank personally Maina for her, as my chief advisor, for her support and advice over that time. Sean.
Very good. This paper will bring to an end the review of the district plan and will adopt it, should you so choose to do so. It is a very technical paper, but once you have resolved these matters, the process will end. What that means is that from here on, you will move into plan change processes. So the district plan, in order to be successful, must live with the democracy it serves and the city it applies to. And in that, it will need to be kept up to date so that we do not freeze in time. As those plan changes move through, successor councils will not be bound by the rules of this particular process. They will go back to the Schedule 1 process and begin anew. What the district plan represents is a settlement between the past and the future. It represents a settlement between those who wish to change things and those who wish to keep them the same. It is also a settlement between what should happen and what does happen. So within that, there have been over 18,000 submission points resolved through this process, which is a mammoth administrative task. I realise that the language is extremely technical. That is a product of the Resource Management Act. I can assure you I can write a sentence that is less than a paragraph long. I'm just not allowed to. But to move through what you will be working through today, the first three officer recommendations will receive the information, receive the reports of the independent hearings panel. They will note the process you have been through, and then from number 4 you will begin to resolve to adopt and approve. In respect of these, number 5 is dealing with the matter of bicycle parking, which is a matter that was recommended by the independent hearings panel but not based on a submission point. In number 6, you will resolve to publicly notify the decisions. That will begin the appeal period. For designations, what you are doing there is resolving to adopt the independent hearing panel's recommendations, and then the requiring authorities will make decisions over their designations. The reason for pointing this particular piece of the paper out is it works differently from the other resolutions you deal with, in that the final decision maker is those requiring authorities, not the council. In number 9, you will be asked to adopt the Environment Court consent orders that have been negotiated from the previous stages. And then in number 10, there is the resolution of one matter in Epic Way. This represents, of those 18,000 points, one that went astray. It was referred out of one hearing stream but not into another, and so requires the resolution by the council. Our team have worked with all parties to come to a settlement, and that settlement is reflected in that recommendation. With that, number 10 is the final resolution for you to adopt, and we can move to the next stage of the process.
Are there any questions? Councillor Randall.
I just noticed under costs and risks of the report, it says that there's unlikely adequate time to facilitate a rehearing and for the council to make a subsequent decision to meet the requirements to have the thing done by the 18th of July deadline. What does that mean in the sense of saying, I mean, are you sort of saying that if we amend the plan such that another hearing is going to be held, that will disrupt things?
So if you were to decline to adopt a hearing panel recommendation and did not have scope to route that amendment, so basically you were to send a matter back through the process would not have time to complete before such time as your statutory deadline expires.
Okay. So does that, if we just reject a plan change rule, does the old plan still kick in or kick over, or what's the relationship with the old plan?
The old plan is gone.
Okay, thank you.
Are there no further questions?
Can we ask some rather than take up time?
Is that a question? You've got to ask Sean, mate.
I believe you're still the chair, Councillor Brown.
Well, on that basis, should we have a morning tea break now?
Yes.
We've got Councillor Chung has got a question, maybe, or is it a morning tea question?
We talk about these changes, and we talk about how they're generally accepted by the public. But I went to a meeting up in New Mount Victoria, and they were protesting about the fact that under the new plan rules, they can actually build a high-rise apartment block there called Mayfair. Now,
I think that's, sorry, Councillor Chung, I think I really seriously think that is a morning tea question because it's nothing to do with today's matter. So let's just have that over morning tea.
Okay.
Yeah. Deputy Mayor Foon has got a question. Sorry, Councillor Chung.
Yeah, kia ora. Can I just ask a question of the council design of the bicycle parking? Was that part of the design guide by Waka Kotahi? Did that come from the Waka Kotahi design guide? And the next question.
So is the question, did the
original
so in terms of the way the rule has been drafted, does the rule descend from the design guide?
Yes.
Very good. Andrew, can you explain the relationship between the Waka Kotahi standards and design guides and the rule, please?
My understanding is that the design may have referenced an earlier version and simplified down. What happened through the hearings is that some submitters said it wasn't sufficient for e-bikes and cargo bikes, etc. And also NZTA had updated their guidance at that point. So there were a few sources to reference.
Okay. And just a backup question, once the developer, if that design guide were to proceed, built the building as the requirement per council, is there scope for the building owner to rejig the bike parking should new technologies come in and what have you?
So what you're asking is if a developer was to apply to build, say, an apartment block under that rule or a commercial premises, and providing that cycle parking was either a condition of the consent or a reason why their development was permitted, would they be able to then repurpose away from and use it for, say, rubbish sorting or something instead?
No, more just reallocate the space. I think what I'm trying to drive at is there a specific space that was asked, but as new technology of parking comes in, that doesn't have to stay. I think that maybe to reframe it, the commissioners made the comment that it was quite prescriptive. So is there the opportunity for flexibility of how that space is used to park micromobility vehicles over time?
Andrew, do you want to have a stab at that?
The permitted standards do allow for some flexibility, for example, with hanging bikes and double stacking bikes already. And I think the panel have recommended cutting back a lot of the more detailed standards to perhaps more high-level ones that a number of different designs could meet. So that would make it easier. And if a developer had a quite clever system for stacking bikes, I don't know, maybe a carousel or something like that, there's definitely scope within matters of discretion that the council could look at that to say, are there other ways, including perhaps sharing parks, or if parking is provided in a neighbouring building, for example.
Great, thank you. Thank you.
And yeah, I have a few questions relating to bicycle parking, but I was wondering if we wanted to have morning tea and then do those as the amendments introduced. Just because the Deputy Mayor started with it now, but I was, yeah.
Sorry, let's stick with that plan. So we've got Councillor Free, or is yours about one of the specific amendments?
Not sure, but can you quickly explain what Table 7, what item Amendment 5 is referring to? Because I'm wondering.
Show you.
Yeah, maybe
Yeah,
it's
let's do that over morning tea. Okay, so let's break now until 11:15, and then we can follow up. delay, which we will now start again, but I'll let Liam explain exactly what's happening and why.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. So we've had a couple of late amendments, and apologise to people at home who are watching. I'm sure there's lots of them. So we've been trying to work the late amendments back into the amended substantive, I believe, yeah? And so the nature, unfortunately, of the RMA is that you are required to take consequential decisions. So the way this plan gets minted is you have to do it in order. So we've just been trying to reorder them so it makes sense and is safe for us to approve. And we're ready to go again. So I'm going to hand it back to the chair. And Tim, you're okay to take over.
Thank you. So there is a mover for the motion, which is the Mayor, and a seconder, which is Councillor Free. So do you want to speak?
Well, look, I'll keep this really short. Liam really said it all earlier. A massive lot of work has been put into this. Thank you to the officers who have just been exceptional with this high level of detail and the IHP recommendations. They're very good. I like seeing the Indigenous biodiversity protections and so forth. So I'm happy to move.
Reserve my right, thank you.
Thank you. So I think now the next step is that I'm putting up my amendment to the... And my seconder is Councillor Rogers. Well, I could speak at length, of course, but I think that actually I sent around a note explaining it, which was around the ability to be able to build trails, which I think are integral to both our trapping and our planting on council property. And without the ability to build trails, I think we would be significantly impeding the development of the relevant areas. So this was just an amendment to what the IHP has recommended to enable trails to be built as a way of facilitating, obviously, the use of that bush, but of course, in particular, the ability to be able to actually put in traps and to plant additional trees, which is what has happened with the trails walking and biking trails that have been built around Wellington over the last decade or two. So, Councillor Rogers, do you want to actually add anything? Has anyone got any questions? Councillor Randall.
So in terms of the significant natural areas, which if this amendment passes, which landowners benefit from this amendment and which do not?
So the amendment is for trails that are used by the public. So in the main, the primary beneficiary will be council and the communities that we work with that are building trails on the city's lands. It does also cover areas in the outer green belt that are privately owned but in public use. It does not cover trails that are not for public use.
So in terms of public use, is the Capital Kiwi project and their focus on stoat trapping as a means of enabling kiwi in Wellington, would that count as a public use?
Adam, could you answer the councillor's question, please?
Good morning, councillors. So there is a permitted activity rule in the panel recommendations that pest trapping can be carried out without resource consent.
I know, but in terms of if you need to have a track to enable pest trapping, does that cover that as well, does it?
No, so new tracks would require a resource consent.
And so that gets down to what is a track. Unfortunately, most planning system questions come down to what is balcony, what is trap. In this case, the question then becomes, does Capital Kiwi need to build formed trails formed tracks in order to provision its operations? So in most of the operations that I have seen, those those tracks have been informal. They haven't been the types of tracks that are more than 1.2 metres wide. So in the main, that predator control will enable them to do their work. However, if they do have operations that require a wider permanent track to be built, then there may be a compliance problem, and the answer to that is probably to work with Capital Kiwi to do a global consent until such time as a plan change could be brought forward.
So I guess that implies that you're saying that the trapping activity of Capital Kiwi doesn't count as a public use, because this amendment says that public use is permitted.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, it is probably a term, a phrase that's the issue. I mean, I think Capital Kiwi and the Predator-Free program generally calls them trap lines, and they are traversed and tramped by people who can access quite hilly terrain. It doesn't mean they're cutting new tracks. Might be helpful.
Can you explain the impact of 5.2, the amendment proposed by Councillor Brown?
Adam, can you explain the impact, please?
5.2 is to enable the requirements for there to be a submission that is accepted or rejected to change a provision. So what this resolution is doing is accepting those parts of the submission that are supporting the notified provision and making amendments per the underlying text that the Greater Wellington Regional Council and Wellington City Council are those local authorities that can undertake the works, or their approved contractors.
Would we be able to see the text?
Tian, is there printed copies of the amendments on their way? They're coming.
They're coming.
Is it just a matter of scrolling down a little bit? Thank you.
Is everyone okay with that one? Yep.
I don't understand the reason for it or the impact.
The reason for what, or the impact of what?
Your rationale behind wanting us to
Well, let Sean explain
your
that.
amendment.
I can explain the impact and the implications of the amendment. I can't explain the motivations for moving it.
Okay.
All right, I'll just get that clear. The impact of the amendment would be to change the status of building a track to a controlled activity. Controlled activities must be granted consent under the RMA. It allows for the council to make conditions. What this in effect does is move the effective control over the track network to council's role as a landowner. Where you have tracks on private land that would be affected by this amendment, that controlled activity status allows for any conditions to be put on them. What this does is allow for more certainty for community groups and third parties building tracks over council's lands. In particular, the other thing it does is it simplifies the conditions that you yourselves would approve tracks under in terms of your park, sport and recreation plans, so that the effective control moves to you as landowner.
I think it was the other part of the amendment that I did understand that, but it's the second thing that's, if we go back to the top of this piece of paper,
So are we looking at the bits that begin with resolve?
The bit about the tyres stream, actually, is what I'm not getting because I'm not particularly familiar with it.
So in order for you to have scope to make decisions, you must inherit positions from submitters earlier in the process. The tyres stream group made a submission and you are inheriting their position. In order to be transparent, what we are doing is showing those lines of inheritance.
Yes, so through you, Mr. Chair, so you're getting in behind that particular submission and supporting it to be able to effect the change.
And officers are comfortable with that, right?
Yes.
Councillor Calvert.
With this amendment around being able to build tracks on public land, are we in danger of having one rule for us and one rule for others? And I'm talking about on private owned land. So if somebody wanted to build a walking track on their land, they aren't able to do that without a resource consent?
So in terms of the precision, it is public use as opposed to public ownership. If you were to build a private use track, there would be a different consent status. So in that respect, it is a distinction.
And are officers comfortable with that distinction being in place?
We believe that it is a practical solution to the mover's request of us. In terms of a philosophical position, that is more of a question for the mover.
Thank you.
Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify the alignment with this change to Te Whai Oranga, our open spaces policy, and other relevant documents in terms of the strategic objectives of council around particularly outer green belt, I'm thinking.
We have engaged with our Park, Sport and Recreational colleagues, in particular around the development of the city's open space lands. This would provide them with a degree of relief in terms of developing some of those lands for recreation or purposes, or providing tracks through that. So in that respect, the mechanism aligns with the intent of those strategies. In terms of where that track network then gets developed, that is governed by those strategies.
And just a supplementary, my assumption would be that this would provide council a greater level of oversight and regulation over track building. So would that, I guess I'm trying to understand, we are gaining more control over and certainty over track building as opposed to the classification previously?
So yes, you are. We are having to respond to national direction through the Indigenous Biodiversity National Policy Statement, and also to the higher order direction from the Regional Council under the RMA. This represents a compromise in those positions to allow that to occur.
That's all the questions. Oh, sorry, we've got Councillor Panner.
So as you know, I have a dim view of humanity's impact on the environment, and so I do take Forest and Birds submissions seriously. Have you, that they did not consider it an appropriate activity class. So what is your response around the effect on biodiversity in areas which we have essentially said are very significant?
If you put a track through a plant, the plant will die. So from that respect, there would be an impact. However, that must be balanced against the other findings of the Independent Hearings Panel, which found that biodiversity was not in decline in Wellington. And what you need to consider is what the panel were considering, which is how do you deal with a situation in higher order direction which is looking at a national picture where biodiversity is not as healthy as it is here in the city. So one of the things that may impact your consideration is, as further planting takes place, would more strict significant natural areas disincentivise people from doing the planting that is creating the significant natural area? And so in terms of the citywide biodiversity, are you looking to protect more carefully what you already have at the cost of what may be, or are you looking to incentivise more, but perhaps looking at compromising some of what you may have? I would, however, also say that you do still have effective control through landowners and through the controlled status, so that, for example, should you wish to cut your track through an 800-year-old rimu tree, that can still be stopped.
Sorry, but if it's a controlled activity, how would you be able to stop it?
That 800-year-old rimu tree is growing in Wilton's bush, and you would withhold your landowner permissions.
Right, okay. And just the other quick question, is there a legal difference between a track and a trail?
I believe it's a linguistic style.
Okay, so we should generally be using track. That is the language used in the plan. This is very American. Trail.
That looks like all of the questions. Thank you. So we can now move on to debate this, I presume, as the next step. Does anyone wish to actually raise any additional points about this? Councillor Pena.
So you're not going to be surprised. I will not be supporting this. I take the role of Forest and Bird seriously. They are there to protect our natural environment. They are environmentalists. So, and as I say, dim view, the environment needs protection from us. We are the biggest pest on the planet, as I always say, as opposed to stoats and that sort of thing. So I get the point, what the officer was saying, that people will feel maybe a sense of ownership and a greater commitment if they can get in there and do their planting, and that allows them to connect. But nevertheless, we have labelled these as being significant, and so I think it is appropriate that we have a greater deal of control. And as you know too, I am less than happy about the tracks being made for mountain bikers. I don't really see how always how that use is consistent with flourishing native wildlife.
Deputy Mayor Foon.
Would like to thank the mover. I wholeheartedly support this amendment. I see that it supports the conservation groups that submitted, that it provides more certainty for enabling our conservation groups to work the land to regenerate it, and it gives council more control. And yeah, that the connection is helping to regenerate our natural environment, which will one day be the best tourism attraction in Aotearoa. We're going to be heaving with people coming to enjoy it. Kia ora.
Iwis. Pauiwi, sorry, and Councillor Free.
Yes, I'll be supporting. I think it's quite, the thing that stood out for me was actually Wellington isn't one of the few places in the world where a capital city is increasing in biodiversity. I think you've got to look at what's led to that. I grew up in a Wellington that had far less trees than we currently have, and far less of a natural environment to be celebrated than we currently have. And I think that the activity of our volunteer groups on a wide scale, from rubbish collection through to planting through to track building, so that some of these things can be monitored and cared for, has been part of a bigger picture. And I don't actually want to see our volunteer groups put through the ring through any more hoops than they currently have to go through with council to continue to be able to do some of this good work. So I'm very confident we have controls in our normal business as usual to look after really special natural areas that need to be protected, and that we can all work together to continue this increase in our biodiversity, along with wonderful recreational opportunities.
Thank you. Councillor McNulty.
Yes, very quickly, wholeheartedly support this amendment. The idea that we have established Mātai Moana through our annual plan, and then we have to resource consent ourselves and charge fees to build tracks through it is just at odds with any kind of rational economic sense. So this is common sense. It is a totally okay change to make, and thank you, Councillor Brown and Councillor Rogers, for bringing it.
Thank you. Councillor Rogers.
Yeah, I just wanted to speak briefly in rebuttal, I guess, perhaps to Councillor Pannett's point. And I think from my perspective and the perspective I have by gazing over the evidence that was presented to the IHP, I do think that in looking at the policy point 4 and the proposed district plan, which did have some amendments to it as well, I do believe that what is proposed in front of us at the moment is the most effective way to obtain what is set out in that policy, particularly around supporting initiatives by landowners, community groups and other projects to restore and maintain areas of Indigenous vegetation. And I think this also goes further in being able to enable additional Indigenous vegetation within our natural environment. And so for that reason, I hope everyone can support this amendment.
Last statement, and it also is to address Councillor Pannett's concerns. Quite regularly over the last couple of years, I've biked up Waimapihipi tracks and done weeding because the trail builders organise weeding as well as the planting as well as the trapping. And the weeding is quite a big deal because, I mean, Wellington has got a lot of problems with gorse and broom and a couple of other sort of problem plants. So if you don't weed, basically, you do end up with a real problem in terms of the native fauna being able to come through, flora being able to come through, I should say. So, and I mean, if you happen to bike up or walk up Waimapihipi tracks, you will also encounter a very vibrant amount of bird life. I mean, it's absolutely incredible. It's relative to going out into the wilderness in New Zealand, you're going to see a lot more birds up there than you will in the bush in most places in this country. And that is because it is actually extensively trapped by volunteers who use the trails that have been built by volunteers. And I think it's such a good example of the benefits that we actually get in terms of the natural environment, that not only are we actually improving the quality of that area in terms of flora and fauna, but a lot of people use it, and I think that's to be applauded. It is something which we should be doing to encourage, and this amendment is really about trying to actually enable further extension of that type of benefit across our natural environment. So thank you if you can support it. I'll now like you to vote on it, please. Oh, sure. And that is passed. Thank you very much. The next one is for Councillor Matthews to put.
Yeah, kia ora koutou. This amendment relates to WILE 1, the Wellington Airport Obstacle Limitation Services, OLS, which affects building heights. And I guess I wanted to start by saying this is extremely technical and jargony stuff. And coincidentally, not related to the decisions we were making, a friend sent me an article yesterday about how it's important for decision makers to not try and be planners, and that actually when we kind of replicate the language of planners and the highly technical kind of language of the reports, we just kind of become part of the problem. No offence, planners, but I want to keep my comments brief and opening, and to focus on the high level and what the outcomes I'm seeking. And I think, you know, when it comes to the district plan and this very long journey that we have been on, my focus has been on more housing. And at this point, it is, and with regards to this amendment, it is upholding the integrity of the decisions that we have already made. I think there's an important principle at stake here about the OLS and its expansion. And I believe as a governing body, it is necessary and in fact our duty to push back and ask for a rethink from Wellington Airport. And I know some colleagues are going to speak later about some of the potential impacts, and they may be worst case scenario, but the potential impacts on providing housing in our city. Reading the reports, it strikes me that in order to oppose this amendment, you have to hold a lot of contradictory ideas in your head at the same time. That a massive increase in Wellington Airport's powers to contain height limits is essential to their operation, and that it will never be used and therefore will have no impact on development. And I can't hold both of those ideas in my head at once. I need more information, and I believe more is required. And these ideas are in place despite the airport saying in evidence that existing structures should not have been built, that we already have in a city where we haven't got actually a lot of medium or high density housing or a lot of tall buildings. So, in my mind, the appropriate response is for council to go back to the airport and ask them to rethink. I am not, through this amendment, opposing the existence of the OLS, just that the reasons for a massive expansion for it need to be justified, or that it needs to be modified to support the outcomes the city needs. So look forward to debate and questions about this amendment. Sorry for the technical jargony aspect of it, but still got my eyes on the prize of the city that we need to be in the future. Thank you.
Bill, I think is a second you want to speak? Oh, first, okay. So are there any questions? Councillor Chung.
If we reject this and ask the airport people to come and talk to us about this, do they have to provide substantial evidence to show that the extra height is actually dangerous to their operations, or do they just need to say that we need this just in case?
So, Councillor, as you recall from my introduction, designations do not work the way the other provisions in the plan do. So, under Schedule 1, Clause 9 of the RMA, what is happening is the IHP Independent Hearings Panel have made recommendations on the designation, the notice of requirement, the thing that creates a designation. What you are voting on is to send that to the airport as a requiring, for a decision. The airport is the requiring authority and will make the decision on the OLS. So what the councillor's amendment is doing is asking for additional concerns to be raised and sent to the airport for their consideration. So rejecting this would not reject the OLS, and there would not be a mechanism for you to get the airport to come in and talk to you in order to reinstate the OLS, because the OLS is their decision.
Sean, I have a question for you. I read the section of the IHP's report extensively, and would it be correct to assume that actually the airport put an enormous amount of effort into this particular issue and provided very substantial submissions to the Independent Hearings Panel's concerns? Because the Independent Hearing Panel did have concerns about this, but the airport, am I right to understand, did actually provide very substantial technical analysis and explanations?
Yes, the airport provided a very considerable submission on the matter, and during the hearing provided expert evidence about how the OLS is constructed and why it needed to change. It is a very complex branch of planning. Designations themselves are the last part of the Town and Country Planning Act that still exists. It was pulled entire into the RMA, changed through case law, and it's in the interaction of the Resource Management Act with the civil aviation regulations is very, very complex, and the airport provided that advice to the IHP.
And would it also be correct to understand that the airport's proposition is the same, or effectively it's actually enacted this already, so it's already in place, so that the rules that we currently have at Wellington now, i.e. these ones which we're debating, are the same effectively as those in Christchurch and Auckland, and in both cases the reason that the airport went ahead with it was because the international standard requires this approach, and that is actually something which is then the Civil Aviation Authority in New Zealand is required to adopt international rules? Yes, we do.
So I can't speak to the consistency of Christchurch and Auckland. I don't know enough about the subject in those cities. I have almost forgotten the beginning of your question, but the... yes.
Thanks. Councillor Free.
Look, I'm really sorry, this isn't my love. I don't love this subject at all. But am I correct in thinking we only have grounds to actually recommend an amendment if there's been some evidence submitted, some submission that relates to this?
In terms of this particular piece, because you're effectively providing a submission to the requiring authority, the rules are a little bit different.
Okay. So there's some mention of 11 metres.
Hang on, I might have got that wrong.
Okay.
Michael?
Okay, all right.
Just in addition to that as well, what the amendment is seeking is almost an extrapolation of what the IHP has recommended. So in their report, they've recommended confirmation of the designation, but they have suggested that some further work to look into shielding effects would be advantageous, and I think that that's something that the airport should look into. So in terms of the amendment, it's taking that next step, seeking to modify the recommendation and the designation itself to achieve that outcome. And in addition, the height being consistent with MDRS.
So the height thing I'm interested in, because just because it's consistent with MDRS doesn't mean that we can require the airport necessarily to do that. So where has the suggestion come really? On what basis would we ask? I understand the shielding. That just means we want them to do the work ahead of time so people have our residents have confidence about that impact. And I understand that and I'm likely to support it. But the increase from 8 metres to 11 metres, on what basis can we fairly ask for that?
So that is in order to align with the consent triggers and the medium density residential standards. So what would happen is if you were building to 11 metres, as you would be permitted to under the MDRS, you would trigger these requirements under the designation at 8 metres. So what would effectively do if you aligned to the 11 metres is you could build to the 11 metres without consulting the airport. So
technically, is that acceptable to them under the other things, the other matters they have to address with their regulations?
The matter of whether it's acceptable to them is what they will determine as a requiring authority when they consider this feedback as it's sent through.
So this is feedback essentially, and they still have...
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Randall.
Just in terms of understanding why they have such a wide range, do they need that information, knowing what's going over height, to help manage their role in the airspace and the airspace safety side of things?
So at a high level, yes. What they're doing is setting a threshold where they can then check whether a plane's likely to fly into it or not.
Okay, and just in terms of understanding why it goes sideways to the runway, is it correct that the airport has a safety responsibility for helicopter movements around the air, and that, for example, things going to and from Wellington Hospital with the air ambulance, that comes into the safety management of their responsibility?
Yeah, so in the airport submissions, you'll see that the airspace is not just being regulated for jets going backwards and forwards from the main centres. They're also managing smaller craft as well, and so that is why they've the part of the rationale for the expansion of the OLS.
Thanks.
Councillor Calvert.
What impact does this have on designated flight paths?
Designated flight paths take place under the CAA regulations. Where those flight paths intersect with this is in the approach fans, which you see radiating out from the airport. But they are different legislative requirements, they're different instruments.
But are they impacted by this in terms of height allowances and that?
So yes, the two interact, particularly as you get close to the end of the runway. The OLS essentially has to be below the flight patterns that the airport has set.
Okay. The other aspect to this is if these amendments don't go through, does that work in favour of the Wellington Airport value of that entity?
I'm a little bit like the Queen. I don't really do money, but so I can't advise you on the valuation of the airport. However, the effect of not passing this amendment would be effectively like a piece of legislation going through Parliament and not submitting on it. So your voice would not be heard.
I can probably some observation on that. So,
I'm just worried there's a conflict of interest in anybody holding shares in this particular organisation.
I think that's absurd.
Well, I don't,
Okay,
Chair.
well, you can. Let's do that in debate. Okay, we won't. Okay, Councillor McNulty.
Thank you. 3 questions. Do we have any controls over the service level quality from WILE? So, I know at the moment 24, 48 hours seems to be standard, but if that slipped down to several weeks, is there any controls or ability we have to influence that?
Sorry, I didn't catch the beginning of the question.
Sorry, do we have any controls over the service level turnaround for the approval of requests from Wellington International Airport as council?
So what you're asking is, should an applicant wish to build something, do we have any control over how long it takes them to provide a decision to that applicant?
Yeah.
Michael?
We could technically seek a condition for the designation. I'd have to probably come back with some formal advice on that, but on a technical ground, that could be possible. Okay. Through the hearings process, the airport company did advise that there was quite a quick turnaround on those requests within a couple of days, so they didn't feel as if it was a huge impediment for developers.
Yeah. Cool. No, I note that it's just, because something's working now doesn't mean it's working in 10 years' time. Does council have any authority, I don't know if this is into you, Jen, potentially, to ask our independent directors to bring a formal resolution to the Wellington Airport Board seeking changes to the OLS? Jen not here.
You could do whatever you like at that level if you want to. So you guys don't need to answer that one.
I don't think we can.
Councillor
I did have one more. Sorry.
Okay, sorry.
Okay, and I guess last, look, if a plane was to fly over the western side of Mount Victoria and crash into a 9-metre high structure, would you agree something's gone fundamentally wrong?
I don't think you need to answer that one either. Councillor Pannett.
Thank you. Sean, do you know if WILE is aware of this amendment and has any view on it?
I am not aware, and were I to be aware, I would not be able to advise you, as that would then be advice from outside the process.
Yeah, okay. All right. The practical implication of voting against this, will they literally have to hire extra planners to process a whole lot of applications? Well, that's if anything gets built here, not the next few years.
So the airport will need to provide the service for which it regulates. How it provides that service is a question for the airport company. But it is generally in their best interest to do so efficiently and effectively, both because the cost of this has to be passed on to ultimately to airport passengers, and also because We refer requests in the consenting system to what are effectively third parties to council quite regularly, and we still have to meet timeframes under the Resource Management Act in order to process consents. So there are incentives built into the system, but yes, they would probably have to figure out a way of provisioning this.
And just my last question was, as I understand it just from the email that you sent us last night, the only concerns that were raised were from council. There weren't other organisations.
I don't think I sent you an email last night, did I?
Oh, just with all the amendments. Sorry. Well, did anyone else raise concerns apart from there was some reporting officer advice?
Michael?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Okay, thank you.
That's the end of the questions. Sorry, Councillor Calvert.
So my question's just around your comment you made earlier that is that the commissioners recommended essentially what is in to look at what is in 7A. Is that correct?
Sorry, could you repeat the question, Councillor?
Yeah, it's just my understanding is that the commissioners, from what you said before, essentially recommended that the council look at what is now in 7A. Is that a reasonable take on that, or is that really what was in your in number 8, which has been crossed off? I'm just trying to understand is the commissioners suggested that the council do some work around this, or?
Yes, they did. Yes, it was related to matter A.
Yeah, and so what? Since they recommended that, why haven't we done that, or why haven't we included in this?
They've recommended the airport do the work around that.
Oh, I see. Okay, all right, but not us. Okay.
This is an exceptionally unusual situation in terms of decision-making powers.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor O'Neill, you are the seconder and you have the last opportunity at this point. Thank you. So do we have any debate? Anybody wish to raise any matters in debate? I would like to actually raise a few matters in debate. So just specifically to talk to the issue of who pays. I mean, this is basically not an issue about how many people are going to be able to build around Wellington, because the airport has, as it said, it has never rejected an application under the OLS requirements. And remember that these rules are enforced today because it is an authority that has the right to set the rules. So these rules exist now. They have never rejected any applications by anybody to actually build through the OLS, and that but the way they operate is that if you happen to want to do something and it is affected, you send them a note saying, I live at such and such an address and I want to go to such and such a height, and then they sort it out. So it's a very costless process for somebody who is a property owner or a developer. Most of the applications which they receive are dealt with immediately by airport staff. Occasionally it's more complicated, and occasionally it's very complicated, such as when Transpower wanted to upgrade the pylons on the Newlands Ridge, at which case they have to get experts in to actually analyse the impact. But even in that case there, the airport gave approval. But you can see why there is an issue around very rigid formulaic rules around processing these things. The airport, this is obviously a cost for the airport. So the airport, in imposing the international standards as it's required to do, and as the Civil Aviation Authority in New Zealand is required to enforce, by imposing international standards, the airport is actually incurring a cost, because if it was completely blasé and it just said do whatever you like, they wouldn't have any roles to police this thing. I don't know how many people the airport actually employs to answer these questions, or how much money it's spent on providing these approvals, but it won't be totally inconsequential. That cost has, to regards to Councillor Calvert's point, that cost has zero impact on the value of the airport, because it's an aeronautical cost and therefore it goes into the aeronautical charges. So it's all paid for by the passengers who fly in and out of the airport. Has no impact at all on the net earnings of the airport. I think we've got a regime that is actually working extremely well. I know that Councillor Matthews is very concerned about densification. There is very clear evidence that this the OLS requirements of the airport have had no impact whatsoever on densification. So I don't think that her concerns, while legitimate, are in any way validated by the way the airport has been operating these particular rules. So we effectively have a situation of international safety standards, which is effectively what the airport is seeking to have at its, which has got to be laudable, versus a very hypothetical concern about people's ability to actually undertake development. So I think when you make a decision on this amendment, you have to measure the issue of safety and international rules and international rule compliance on the one hand, with a highly hypothetical and as yet illustrated by absolutely no impact whatsoever concern. So I think you have evidence of no impact on development, but a very real issue in terms of international rule compliance. And so therefore I hope that you could reject Councillor Matthews' amendment. But incidentally, if you don't reject it, and if by some unfortunate it is actually passed, the airport, of course, is completely at liberty to completely disregard that. There is no process then which occurs unless the City Council decides to actually take legal action against that. So in my view, to the extent that Councillor McNulty and Matthews and others are worried about the way the airport operates this, we have got a great ability through our two directors and of course just through our normal relationships with the airport to actually say to them, we would like you, for instance, to actually provide reports on this matter so that we could actually monitor how this is being dealt with over time, so we could actually ascertain whether this actually, in Councillor McNulty's way of expressing it, if they slip and they become lax or tired or something or other, we could actually easily ask them to actually provide reports on how this was being implemented over time, and I'm sure that they would be willing to comply. So that's my 5 cents worth, and now it's Councillor Free.
Of course, I looked at the OLS and thought, oh my goodness, because it spanned over much of the peninsula and much of Rongotai. And I think I think I am actually going to support Amendment A from Councillor Matthews, because I think that it's only fair that the airport should take into account the terrain where in fact it's ridiculous to say that an aircraft is going to crash into a house that's behind a giant hill. However, I'm not really willing to go into the detail of whether it should be 8 metres or 11 metres. I think that is a very technical decision, and also I've heard from the Kilburnie Residents Association that they don't think they've got a problem with the heights. But I think the matter of, well, that's what I heard, but we're not allowed to take that into consideration, so I'll withdraw that. I will withdraw that, expunge that comment. But I think given that the commissioners the independent panel has also suggested they need to do this work, it is not out of order for us to support that. But I won't be supporting the suggestion on heights. I don't think I've got any evidence to do so.
My question is actually for you, Councillor Brown. I just wanted to clarify what you said about if this amendment passes. You said that the airport could just ignore that. So I mean, I don't understand what that means, because if we say that we want the maximum height to be 11 metres, then the airport can come back and say that that they want it to go down to 9 metres. What did you mean by that?
But perhaps Sean could. Oh, sorry. Okay, so you want me to? They could disregard. They can say they could disregard our amendment. They could stick with the 11 metres, and then we would have to actually take legal action if we wanted to somehow or other change that. So we have no power to force them to actually change their rules. They are the designating authority.
Chair, I do have an issue, given you have such a strong view on this, and you answering back and forth with other councillors.
Sorry. I mean, I'm more than... Yeah. Oh, he asked the question. Sorry, Councillor McNulty.
Yeah, thank you for your comments, Councillor Brown. You do raise some pretty fair points. The concern I have, and I'm keeping this debate limited to the evidence in front, is that there is a process that appears to be working quite well now as far as the evidence goes. There is no guarantee that process is always going to work well, and this designation could have an impact from that. So I'm happy to go back to the airport with this to just emphasise a degree of discomfort that the council has, thinking about what you actually suggested towards the end of your own comments around ongoing reporting or things along those lines is probably the appropriate mechanism for managing it forward. But because we're in such a archaic, quasi-judicial role with rigidity in terms of what we are able to amend or ask or request of, and that not being something right now, I think this raises the flag up the flagpole, so to speak, around concerns, legitimate concerns, and then we can enter into that dialogue moving forward about what happens should the airport choose to ignore the council, which is a very real opportunity that they may choose to take. But I just want to thank Councillor Matthews for bringing this to, because I think it is an area that, it provides a lot of concern. And yes, it's a rigid instrument. It's there for a very important reason, but nonetheless, it is our job to sort of interrogate these things. And again, I just can only speak to the evidence in front of us. I'll leave my comments there before I have to withdraw something.
Councillor Rogers.
Yeah, given I could see everyone loved Councillor Brown's very particular analysis of this and using a lot of terminology, I guess, specific to the airport, I just did also want to highlight that in Hearing Stream 10, Clause 189, it does actually discuss the relevance, particularly of the rule that Councillor Brown was talking about, which comes from Section 4 of AC 139-6. And in particular... In particular, what it talks about in this aspect is it talks about working with territorial authorities. And I think what is important to recognise here is this is Councillor Matthews embodying the working practice of actually going back and saying you have resolved to use the district plan, which that section does not stipulate as a requirement of having an OLS, but rather says you should work with the council through the instruments they have to actually find a balance that would work for both the council and the requiring authority, in this case the airport. And so while I understand Councillor Brown's concern, I do think that it actually is an important part of the process to go through this and have a conversation in that way. And as he rightly pointed out, the airport could just disregard all of this. And so therefore I feel the sort of risk that he played into does not actually exist. There isn't an inherent safety risk with asking the airport to do more work, and ultimately the decision will be left to them. I did also want to highlight around your question that you had, Councillor Free, why the 8 metres to 11 metres. I would then refer to Clause 264 of Hearing Stream 10. And this clause particularly talks about the impact of the OLS and its designation on our ability as a council to meet the MDRS standards, which is Policy 3 of the MPSUD. And in that instance, the IHP does find that the OLS, in effect, if it was used and something was withheld, it would have the effect of being less enabling in retention to an area with the relevant residential zone, which would make it non-compliant with the MDRS. So that is the importance of moving to something that is in 11 metres rather than just the existing 8 metres. So for that reason, I hope that you would also be able to support asking them to switch from 11 to 8 as a way to ensure that we're able to fulfil our obligations to the MPSUD.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify a few things as to why I support the amendment. I believe it's important to state that this is not a rejection of the OLS, and we are still accepting the designation in principle. What the amendment does do is it picks up the panel's own recommendation that WILE should consider refining the OLS. This is not aside or out of step of the process. The exact part under Wellington City Council's objectives as this authority is to engage with the airport through this exact process. So actually it is not refined and drawn out in legislation that this is something that could just be done by bringing a request to the board of the airport, and this is that place to do that, and to do it in a quasi-judicial process and make sure legally we are actually engaging at the appropriate times. To the assertion that this is unfair, an unfair burden on developers, even if the airport is usually fast, this still adds uncertainty in steps, and it's more about what happens before the application is logged. What is the chilling effect? What is the effect on smaller developers that are looking into Wellington or other authorities in other areas and looking at the zoning changes to go, I'm not sure if I could develop here because my development I want to be above 8 metres. The IHP themselves explicitly said that the 8 metres could affect development capacity. So this is not a hypothetical, this is not out of thin air, and there is evidence and scope to make a recommendation around this issue. And my final conclusion, just to encourage you to vote for this and to thank Councillor Matthews for the hard work on a very complex part of the process. I know as where I've got into the noise regulations before, and there's lots of little tunnels through the RMA, but this is a proportionate and a practical amendment that supports fairness, can enable the housing, and respects our partner, the airport, and respects the IHP process, and I would encourage you to support this amendment.
Councillor Pennant.
Thanks. Just really briefly, I won't be supporting it. I think Councillor Brown, you've made some useful points, and I just want to make 2 brief points about process. One is, when really has the airport ever listened to us? You know, when we've tried to stop them expanding and all the rest of it, they haven't been particularly responsive. And just the other thing is, which I'm a little bit uncomfortable about, is process. You know, where was the alternate evidence to WILE to look at this issue and contest it? You know, so I don't think it's ideal. There was a matter which I'll talk about later, which I was thinking about bringing an amendment, but there wasn't any evidence. No one had brought it. So I just think, as a general rule, that those issues should be thoroughly addressed, and that hasn't happened here.
Councillor Randall.
Thank you. So I'm going to say that I'm genuinely confused. If you're not confused, the wrong word. Undecided is the right word. So I thank Councillor Matthews for bringing this. I think the points that you've made and Councillor McNulty's made about us being an active participant in this process and coming to a decision about what we want and to work is a good reason to support this. I do want to remind members of the committee, though, it's interesting to be on the other side of the fence. You know, we're doing a district plan where we're dictating rules right across the city, and people are going to come to us saying, please, can we do this? Please, can we do that? This amendment is about us working with the airport, and they're the ones who are going to make the final decision. And they've come up and they've got a very strong responsibility for airport safety and flying around our city. And it's under that mandate that they have come up with their OLS. They've got that responsibility. I do ask people to remember that as we do all of these rules, insofar as there's another rule, there's another participant who's going to have to come to ask for us. So I also think Councillor Brown makes two important points, which one is, of course, that they ultimately can say no. And that's a concern because I'm very aware that we've got a team with an enormous amount of further district plan work underway, and adding this to the work program is a bit of an issue. We've got an omnibus district plan change plan to come to us. They're working very hard on that to get to us by August. And they are going to go back and confirm this rule OLS. They're not like, the conversation doesn't stop. In terms of whether the airport listens to us or not, I think they're a great participant and a great asset to the city. We last month or recently we came to a partnership where they're going to buy some land on us and make it good, and we sold it to them because we couldn't do anything with it, and they are a really good participant over there in Rongotai. So I am of a dilemma. I accept that we should be active in terms of outlining what we want to have happen with them, but equally I'm concerned that there's other stuff that may be more important, given that probably will come to nothing. Thanks.
I think that looks like the end of debate. So I think we've got. Oh, sorry, you've got the right rate of reply. Sorry.
Thank you, colleagues, for a really good debate. And regardless of the outcome, I'm glad that I've brought this amendment with the support of Councillor O'Neill, and thanks for the team for assisting with the wording. I guess I just want to emphasise, because I feel I'm trying to think about how to say this. I want to be diplomatic, but we need to make the decision we make here is about the good of the city, not the good of the airport. And I do think it's important that that motivation be there when we come to vote on it. That we are thinking about the outcomes that we seek and whether or not the OLS as it stands could present as a barrier to some of the outcomes that we have all decided in our district plan decisions up until this point. And I appreciate the point that it has been working okay up until now, or fine up till now. However, we have, through our district plan, enabled much greater densification of our city, and the proposed OLS, we've seen the picture from a tiny sliver to a circle. So those two things, so the expansion of the OLS coupled with the greater densification that we are promoting, I want to be extremely sure as an organisation, and have done everything within our power to make sure that our plans are not disadvantaged by this. And I understand, obviously, safety is a huge issue for all of us. However, I don't think this process, that there are, multiple steps, both with the airport's response and with whatever steps happen as a result of our action to ensure that compliance with safety is ensured. I guess, some people talked about the lack of contrary evidence, and I think you actually read in the report the IHP, who are not always, to be honest, on the same page as me in terms of their decisions and the recommendations in the earlier tranche, struggling with the expansion that this provides and indicating that further work was necessary, and the advice from our council officers about how this would the potential for this to impact. So I think both of those things we need to consider. I don't think this is an onerous process necessarily in response to all of the other things that we do, so I think we can be relatively relaxed about that when making our decision. But I just want to emphasise my amendment represents a legitimate, reasonable, evidence-based step in this process using the appropriate mechanism at the appropriate time. And so therefore I would encourage you to vote for it. Thank you.
Now, I presume we actually will want to vote on the specific point. So I think that's, as I understand it, we've got number 7 as the first one. Then we have 8, and then we have 8.1, which we can then break into 2 bits if we wish to. So should we just vote on 7 to start with? Sure.
Just nod, Sean. One of the councillors asking, can we vote on these separately under the RMA process? That's a yes.
Just to clarify, this is 7, not 7A.
This is 7.
All of 7, A and B?
Just 7.
Okay. It's not A and B? Yes, it's just the header, or is this 7?
Just 7.
Okay, cool.
That is passed. Now 7A. Where is 7A? Oh, I see, sorry. Yeah, and I was trying to work out what it was actually saying. That is also carried. 7B. That is also passed. And 8, which is so hold on. So this is to, so I understand this one. This is to resolve to adopt the independent hearing panels in respect of everything else. Is that? So this is to, all right. This is the everything else. So this is one I can vote in favour of. This is 8. So this is to accept all of the other panels' recommendations. Councillor Calvert, we're just waiting for you. That is carried. So 8, is 8-1 altogether okay? So hold on, can somebody explain to me what this actually means? Got short hair to explain this one. What does this mean?
Chair, respectfully, there's specifically in standing orders, no one else can debate or provide further speaking information while the motions have been put. Technically, no one after right of reply.
Does that apply to the chair as well?
Yes, it does apply.
Okay. All right. Vote on this one, even though hopefully somebody understands what it means. Yeah. That is also passed. Okay, so now we can move on to the next amendment, which is the amendment of Councillor. Sorry, what's that?
It's a no.
I have to note. It's just a renumber thing. Yeah. Okay, so we can now move on to Councillor McNulty's amendment.
So I'll move it and then questions, I'm assuming. All right. So look, a major reason I'm sitting at this table, and I know it's one that I share with the majority of elected members, is a desire to see the costs of housing reduced in our city. Last year we made some really tangible steps towards that goal, passing what still remains, even after yesterday's announcements of Auckland and Christchurch, the most ambitious district plan in Aotearoa, and I do want to particularly acknowledge the efforts of Councillor Matthews in leading that mahi, because it's truly intergenerational. Today's decisions are somewhat working around the edges of those from last year, and I've brought this amendment because it will, without question, reduce the cost of building new housing and commercial properties. So we're in a quasi-judicial process, so I have to keep very explicitly to the evidence presented to the IHP, but that's fine because it's pretty compelling. Under the urban design requirements for bicycle parking on the district plan last year, a 140-unit building in Tory Street would require 101 additional bike parking spaces. Each space would need to be 2.5 square metres and electrified. The floor value and the foregone revenue would equate to $7.8 million, and that's across every unit, $58,000 additional in cost. If for some reason that value was inflated by, say, a 2 times factor, that's still $29K per unit, a 3 times factor, $19K per unit, 4 times factor, $14.5K per unit. However you want to split it, it's the impost of a significant cost on new housing capacity. That's the impact on residential construction. The urban design requirements also require any single business or new build construction in the city centre zone or urban centre zones to provide bicycle parking as well. So that's a tax on any medical centre, retail store or business in our city that wants to invest on top of already high commercial rate differential. Really the core issue here is that our urban design requirement is not one for bicycle parking, it's one for e-bike parking. And to meet the requirements of large cargo bikes with electrification, the result is a requirement that is essentially half of a full car park. And if you'll let me, let's just go 1,000, so Kapui, Hoha, can I ask you just to hold that for me? 2, 2, 2, 3, that's 2.5 metres. That's the urban design guide. Size. Multiplied out by 140 and you start to see the issue. So the IHP took that compelling evidence and it tempered the original design guide from 1 park per unit to 1 park per 4 units. But I want to be clear, it isn't what submitters asked for. What they asked for was the ability to provide reasonable accommodations depending on both the development and the location. So Stratum submitted what they were doing in Tory Street. They're providing 34 dedicated spaces, of which 8 are electrified. This flexibility is still not allowed for under the revised IHP recommendations. The 1:4 ratio is an extremely blunt rule. It will result in underservicing some areas and overservicing others. Unfortunately, the IHP made their determination after submissions, so there's no economic evidence and scope to speak about the resulting economic impacts in this debate. You could say a quarter of the 58 per K unit cost would be 14.5K, but that's a very crude determination. So ultimately, this is a decision that's entirely consistent with what we've previously advocated for in the district plan. Mandating that we allocate space for the storage of vehicles is something we explicitly rejected as far as car parking, and in my view, e-bike parking should be no different. As we allow developers to make their own decisions on the provision of car parking, gym, laundry or pool facilities for housing, so should we for e-bikes and micro-mobility. Now, despite my views on mandating storage, I do understand some members here would like to seek minimums, and what I've done is bring in additional clause number 12 to my amendment that would bring that work into a future district plan change. So I want to thank you, Councillor Rogers, for working with me so promptly on that end. A future plan change is actually the appropriate place where we can have a more reasonable urban design guide, remembering my tape measure here, and we can apply better discretion to the requirements of specific commercial users as well as CBD, inner city and suburban residents. Unfortunately, amending the design guide is out of scope of today's meeting, and that's why I'm removing these requirements entirely out of the district plan. So look, this amendment is a tangible way to reduce the costs of new housing in Wellington. There's no point mandating minimum space for storage of e-bikes and e-scooters if people can't afford to buy in the first place. On that basis, I would ask for your support. Thank you.
Are there any questions? Councillor Free.
So at morning tea time, I had it explained to me what the intent of the officers' amendments in this space were. And I guess I was convinced by their arguments and wanted to support those. But how do we actually go from what's here back to what was put up in front of us at the start? Like, what do you vote for or not vote for to get back to where the position that the officers had presented?
Officer amendments?
Well, there were some red ones.
I haven't put forward.
Well, okay, well, what was tabled at the beginning?
That would require the mover to alter the amendment. It has been moved, hasn't it?
Yes. I don't understand the entire implications of this, and I'm getting rather concerned that what's in front of me is not completely clear. What voting for or against these, what the actual effect would be.
Right. Why don't I move through the implications of doing this?
Thank you.
So voting for to withdraw the proposed district plan provisions in the transport chapter that relate to cycling and micro-mobility parking. What that would do is erase those requirements from the district plan. That effectively means that providing a bicycle or micromobility park would be a matter for the decision of the developer or property owner. It would not be required of them.
That's simple enough, but then there goes to be 4.1, 11 and 12. And
So 4.1 deals with the remainder of the plan, and that is adopting everything. Everything else that is unamended that the IHP have recommended. So in respect of bicycle parking, 4.1 is everything else.
Okay.
Number 11 instructs officers to report back to council with options to align the regulation of signage with other cities, including election signage, with advice on scope and content of a bylaw or district plan change. If I could ask the chair to have, we could speak to that one later. It's a completely different subject.
Yeah.
And number 12, instruct officers to report to council on alternative provisions for minimum cycle parking and cycle parking design for considerations in a future district plan change. You will need to speak to the mover about what the intent behind that is, but my reading and understanding of it is that should you pass this, in the new term of the council, we would bring back a paper with advice on how to regulate for minimum cycle parking to form the basis of a future plan change.
that is so clear. Thank you.
So we have been doing this plan change process since 2018, 7 years. So I'm interested in number 12. How long would it take then to have that discussion about minimum cycling provision?
That in part depends on the role that councillors wish to take. If council was to vote it down now, the discussion wouldn't take place at all. If the future council refused to accept the advice, the conversation would end. So assuming that the council in the future accepted the advice and ordered it to plan change, then we can expect about 2 years.
2 years on top of the 7 that have already gone. And my other question is, Sean, as you know, we haven't adopted it formally, but there is a regional transport plan to reduce emissions. So I am interested just whether you have any view about how providing a significant number of cycle parking will help with us getting to the target of people that we need to cycle by bike. So in other words, how important is the provision of cycling infrastructure to getting us to those targets?
The regional plan you're speaking of talks about mode shift as a primary mechanism to address transport emissions. So getting us towards more people cycling is an important lever to pull. In terms of the contribution of this, if people have a place to put bicycles, then that would probably help them cycle, I would imagine. However, there is a diversity of ways you can store a bicycle. So a question for you is, do you think you need to mandate this or not in order to achieve that effect? I haven't done any analysis into whether there is into the embodied carbon required to put this extra space into buildings versus the operational carbon saved by a bicycle. So we cannot advise you on the mathematics of it.
Sorry, just one last question. So you're saying that if the parking's not available, people should put them in their apartments?
There is...
Or in a public locker, but it would have to be very secure so it didn't get nicked?
Yes, they would need another place to put their bicycle. Or they would have to build such a facility voluntarily.
Yeah, my question was really, if you could summarise for me, because this is obviously, withdrawal is quite different, is my understanding, in terms of you don't need sort of the scope, but I'm wondering about the interaction of this with the removal of front and side setbacks, and if that was considered as in any part of this process?
You will have to ask the mover as to their considerations in bringing this. In terms, sorry, what was the first part of your question?
Well, about the evidence, essentially, whether this was present. I mean, I've read it, but I can't recall whether there was any kind of consideration given.
Within
matter. But I am interested in the movers' view of that in terms
So
of
I don't recall reference within the submissions as to the interaction between cycle parking and the removal of front and side setbacks.
And are you allowed to say anything to me about that now?
It's a grey area, isn't it?
Yeah.
I will speak to the withdrawal. So what that is up until a rule is adopted by the council has the right to withdraw it. That is different to altering a rule. Essentially what you are doing is deleting it entirely. So it's almost like a form of retraction.
But I'm asking, given this process, are you able to provide me any advice about the interaction between removing bicycle parking minimums and the removal of front and side setbacks?
Can we confer just quickly?
Sorry to be.
This particular circumstance hasn't come up before. Sorry, that's what we're just working out.
Table 7, and for those who are looking on and everything, it's on page 1291. If you actually wanted to go and look up exactly what these rules are that Councillor McNulty's amendment proposes removing. So that's page 1291 of the agenda.
Sorry, Sean, back to you, I think. Is that right?
Yes, so in the matter of the interaction between side yards and the storage of bicycles, the panel considered where cycles could be stored throughout a property, but it did not explicitly take into account the removal of side yards.
Councillor Randall.
So just looking at the proposed amended table, can you confirm that, and perhaps look at the impact of saying that cycle parking is required in facilities such as emergency services facilities with a minimum of 2 and then 1. So what would that do, for example, for the hospital's emergency care unit? Would that mean the hospital would have to put aside a specific amount of cycle bays for the emergency workers that are working in the hospital?
So in building that facility, yes, they wouldn't have to be necessarily designated for the emergency workers themselves. So with a large campus like the hospital, they have more options. But the basic premise is if you are building an activity which triggers one of these rules, you will have to provide them.
Yeah, and so given that the government's announced they are going to rebuild the emergency facility at Wellington Hospital, that will be a consideration that they'll be mandated to provide.
Unless the terms of the hospital designation overcomes that part of the consent, the answer is yes.
Thank you.
Councillor McNulty.
I've got a few, so I'll do 3 and go back on. Can you just speak, so Councillor Randall came towards it, but what are the IHP recommendations impacts for e-bike parking requirements for commercial businesses in the CBD and urban centre zones?
Andrew?
Sorry, councillors.
I can ask it again, sorry.
Attachment.
Just in terms of the impact of the IHP's recommendations for e-bike parking requirements for commercial businesses and CBD and is it local centre zones? Yeah, local centre zones.
Oh, in terms of the reformatting of the table, essentially. So the effect of putting a new column down the left-hand side is making it clear on their reading or their interpretation of the table that it should only apply to the centres, zones and mixed-use zone, including the city centre. And it also deletes the nil short-term parking requirement for those centres. So it would mean that those businesses would then be required to provide short-term parking where previously they didn't.
So it's an impostive cost. There was economic, obviously, just because our scope is only what went to the IHP. So there was economic evidence provided about the impost of the parking requirements that came out to the 58k per unit. The IHP have subsequently made a determination to adjust those requirements from 1 park to 4 units. Is there any economic evidence that can then be pointed to about the impact of the IHP's determination?
So the IHP relied on the stratum evidence and also their conclusions. So they indicated during the hearing that they would, even though their original submission says to remove residential cycle parking requirements, they adjusted that in the hearing that said they could accept a 0.25 based on their own surveys of the take-up of parking in their buildings. So that was the evidence that they provided and the panel accepted that.
We don't have any economic analysis of what that 0.25 actually means in terms of impost to developers or anything along those lines, do we?
No, no further evidence was created in the process.
Okay. I've got more, but I can go back on the list.
The Chung.
Thanks very much. Can you tell me, in these apartment buildings where these cycle parks would be required, how big are the lifts? Like, is it feasible for them to actually take their bikes up to their apartment and keep them safe up there rather than providing a special park for them and, I guess, the car park of the building?
There isn't necessarily a standard design for the lift, so it depends on what the developer builds. It also depends on the configuration, so lower rise development, for example, may not have lifts, it may just have stairs.
Deputy Mayor Foon.
Yeah, just to clarify 2 questions, which I think Councillor Free was trying to get out. If Councillor McNulty's amendment to resolve to withdraw the district plan provisions, will that mean the default will go back to the Commissioner's recommendations of 1 park per 4 residences?
No, it will remove those rules from the plan entirely.
If it fails.
Should it fail, should it fail, then yes, you would default back to the IHP recommendation, and then when you accept 4.1, should you choose to do so, that would then implement the Commissioner's recommendation.
Right.
Councillor Rogers.
One more.
Oh, sorry.
Yes. Sorry. And so then just before I asked about the design guide and the changes that had been made, and you said to me there was flexibility within that design to amend should the developer be able to show a better way of parking or, yeah. So my question back is there flexibility within what's being required in terms of bike parking to produce other outcomes?
So that is where the resource consent process begins to operate, and you begin to look at the effect and whether you can displace that effect somewhere else. That flexibility imposes a transactive cost of going through the consent process that you'll need to factor into your decision making.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, my question was just around this and the interaction with, I think, what was substantive clause 5, which was to reject the reformatting of the table. And so I guess to extend from Deputy Mayor Foon's question, if this were to fail, but the clause in which we reject the reformatting of the table were to pass, what the conditions imposed would then be.
Andrew.
Really?
I'm sorry, we'll need the question repeated again.
Sorry.
I should explain the issue is that Table 1, which is as to be tabled, is not complete. So we're trying to get Table 1, the actual table included.
And that's Andrew apologising for being distracted. So
correct. Yeah. Okay.
So we're working on that table at the moment. But the question, Andrew?
So if the councillors were to accept and resolve the Independent Hearings Panel's recommendations, and then to vote through 5, which is the reformatting of the table, what is the effect that would have?
So,
Mr.
Apologies,
Chairman,
this is very complicated.
Yeah, let's be precise about this and maybe take a 5-minute adjournment just so...
Perhaps lunch?
Do you want
Let's try to do the Q&A first and then...
Oh, okay.
So let's...
Okay, so sorry, Chair and councillors. So my understanding is if this amendment doesn't pass and then goes to recommendation 5, what implication would that mean? It would essentially return that table back to, well, it would remove the formatting recommendations from the panel. So basically, the column on the left would be removed, which is about saying it only applies to the centres, and the top row would remain, saying that nil parking requirements for short term in the centres.
And so that would then impose the requirement outside of the centres.
Yes. So the interpretation then would be that those standards would be applying generally across the city, not just within the centres.
So that would then apply to the residential areas around the city as well.
So in all instances except for passing the resolution in front of us, there would be requirements for long stay in the city centre.
Yes, so that the long stay would remain.
But it would be the short stay that would be changed by that reformatting.
The short stay in the centres.
Yeah.
Because the top rung initially said there was nil standards.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Councillor McNulty, I think.
The 2.5 square metre and electrification requirement under the Urban Design Guide, is my understanding correct that's been designed to accommodate up to the 90th percentile of e-bikes?
The standard in what the panel are recommending, and I will go back to that, is, I think it was 1.8 metres long. Right, so in the standard TRS3, where these cycle parking spaces are required to be provided, and assuming that they're not already in a garage or storage locker, because if they are, you don't worry about it, but this is like in a communal parking space, the stands need to be sized and spaced to accommodate cycle dimensions of 1.2 metres high, 1.8 metres long, and 0.6 metres wide. So that's generally a standard bicycle in terms of height and length and width, plus a bit of space to move around the edge. That then allows for, if you've got enough height, you could stack them or you could hang them potentially, because as long as you're showing that those dimensions are met.
And so the standard is constructed on the 90th percentile, is the question.
Believe I saw it in some evidence, but I just can't remember.
Yeah, I think I saw it as well.
It may be slightly confusing because some other evidence was tabled from the NZTA's updated guidance, saying that there should be more space for e-bikes and for manoeuvring space, which Stratum then took into account in their hearing discussions and presentation. However, the panel rejected that idea and said it should be just whatever was notified, so that the design could just account for the base bicycle dimensions.
So just because it came up from what you've given us, if you go to page 1285, there's the parking space dimensions, and they seem to be a little bit at odds with what you just advised, I believe. So 2.1 metres parallel with an additional clearance requirement of plus 0.03 metres. Today's paper's 1285. Just want to really get clarification on the dimensions.
Thank you. Do you have it there, Councillor?
That's for car parking.
Oh, is it?
Okay. That is car parking, not.
Okay, few.
Cycle parking. So that
just to yeah.
That's
so
TR-S3.
That's what panels recommend.
Cool. Oh, cool. And last one, I'll just, because no, I'm standing in the way between lunch. Can you provide, are there any other examples of anything we're continuing to mandate through the district plan, car parkings, gyms, pools, laundries, that you can think of?
So car parking minimums were removed by amendment to the Resource Management Act. There may still be some residual access standards for mobility pass holders, those types of people.
Okay, I think that's all the question. Sorry, we've got the very last question. Please make it the last one. The hungry people over here are...
just in terms of the mobility parking, can you also confirm that the rules require that access to the buildings be mandated to not just be pedestrian but also to support cycling and micromobility? And what impact does that have necessarily on the approval of some of the more difficult access sites in terms of requirements?
Yes, Councillor, the recommendations in the transport chapter include access for cycling, pedestrian and micromobility paths. This is generally used when there is no vehicle access to a site, and the developer is proposing just to have a pedestrian path or a cycle path, so it's just making sure that's actually accessible for the uses that the developer intends.
And Andrew, could you confirm whether that's for multi-unit or just single-unit development?
Let's see. It looks like it is just to the site, so that could be for a multi-use building or multi-unit building. It's just access from the road to each residential unit on the site.
So, and just to complete that though, if also confirm that if the site for the cycling parking storage is requires stairs, that a wheeled ramp on one side of the stairs must also be required. So if you're on a steep site and you want to put the micromobility parking up further up the hill, it must have a wheeled ramp to support that.
Yes, Councillor, in TRS 4.1E, it says if stairs are necessary between cycling micromobility storage and the legal road, a wheeling ramp at least 300 millimetres wide on one side of the stairs must be provided. So that would be the permitted standard.
Thank you. And so resource consent would be needed if you're going to not do that.
Yes, so they would see what other access are you providing? And if it works, it works.
Thank you.
Okay, I think that's all the questions. So now it's been suggested by some of you that we should have lunch. So how about, is 1:15 okay? 20 minutes? 20 past, okay, 20 past. And the slow eaters, the slow chewers, okay. On to debate about...
the amendment hasn't technically been seconded yet.
Oh, I see, sorry.
So I do have a seconder, Councillor Abdurrahman.
Councillor Abdurrahman, do you wish to speak on the amendments?
Kia ora whanau. First of all, I endorse everything Councillor McNulty said, and I will speak to motion 11, which is about election signs. This is a very easy, uncontroversial and simple amendment, and I hope you all can support it. It's requesting officers to review and report on Wellington's current signage regulations, focusing on election signage, and consider alignment with other major cities like Auckland and Christchurch. What is the problem? The problem is, unlike Auckland and Christchurch, Wellington currently has no restriction on placing election signs on private property at any time, and I'm sure the mayor had some, she can share at some stage last election. This lack of regulation risks visual clutter and safety issues. Most importantly, unfairness during elections. The desired outcome I'm looking for is the goal is to align with Wellington's election signage rules with the Electoral Act 1993, which permits election signs on private and public land starting 9 weeks before election day, with maximum size of 3 square meters. These basic rules are also reflected in Auckland signage bylaw. Yeah, so I hope you all can support this uncontroversial, simple motion, and I'm not also asking this time, just so it's going to be next triennium, and for officer to review and report back. And yeah, thank you so much. That's it.
Is there any debate? Councillor Rogers.
Yeah, I just wanted to speak to this briefly, a little bit about the cycle parking and the required minimums. I do think that there is a place in our district plan for encouraging people to use cycling and through the provision of cycle parking, particularly in relation to the urban form that we're seeking to achieve through the changes that we made through tranche 1 of the district plan. But I do think, unfortunately, given the scope that's provided to us and the unfortunate event that occurred in the reformatting of a table that had seemingly actually quite consequential changes to the intention of the original proposed district plan, I can't support the minimums as they are in either of the proposed or amended by the Commissioner's form. And the main reason around that is particularly around the city centre zone. But withstanding all of that, I am very glad that I was able to work with Councillor McNulty so that we could actually look for a form where we could more appropriately include the provision for cycle parking in a future plan change.
Deputy Mayor Foon.
Yeah, kia ora. I just want to acknowledge the mover and the Kōpapa. Like, I think we all want the same outcome, and we just have different ideas on how we might get there, so fully respect that. But I just want to just go back. There were approximately 26 submissions in support of bike parking in residences, apartments, as well as the table. And three of them, 2 of them were actually from one developer. And so there were, I just want to point out that the people that were submitting were partners that we've got, like Greater Wellington, Waka Kotahi, Ministry of Education, and our own environmental reference group, including a lot of other individuals. Even Katie Underwood submitted that she wanted more showers and, like more facilities. So it is interesting that, what people's perception of it was. There was only one developer submitting, but there were other developers who submitted on the transport chapter. And my question is, why didn't they submit on bike parking? And was it because they didn't see it, or they didn't know, or they didn't have a problem with it? I don't know. But I think what the point I'm trying to make here is we're basing a big sweep of a decision on one submission when we've got, normally we would take into account our partners when we were making these kind of decisions. I also want to acknowledge, our WCC recommendations were based on sound principles, and I get that the size and the scope of bike parking may not, it may seem exorbitant, but I think we've had a clear steer from officers that there is flexibility within that if we can find other solutions. Also, our main evidence, Miss Harriet Fraser, she also had based, she was the one that submitted for Wellington City Council and wrote the plan. Well, what she put forward for Wellington is not much different from Auckland and Christchurch, considering population. And what we haven't heard from developers around the country if it's a problem for Christchurch or Auckland either. So I wonder what is working and what is not working. We don't know. Also, the developer who submitted was not recommending a blanket removal. They were specifically focused on the city centre zone, and you'll see that I've got an amendment coming later to reflect that. So I think there's a lot of danger when even the submitter noted that the place of origin is coming from out of the city. That is where bikes are coming from. So it is important that we reflect where they might be stored. So I just think that we don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater with one sweep, and that we have to remember the puzzles in our city's strategic direction, that we're looking for places, we're looking for mode shift, we're looking for climate reduction, we're looking to densify our central and inner city, and to do that, this is one of the big parts of the puzzle, was to enable bike parking so people can live without a car, and then that will also lead to less congestion. So I do really thank the mover for bringing the second part, which I will be supporting, to the alternative provisions. I think that's the fair and right thing to do, that we go back and have a look and really enable everyone that submitted who wouldn't have a chance to be able to submit on the first part, which is just to remove it entirely. So I will be supporting that part. I will be supporting the signage, but I do ask you to deeply and seriously consider the impacts of this first part of the amendment, and that our serious strategic partners supported us in our move to create cycle parking within new developments for residences. Thank you.
Councillor Pennant.
I have to say, I started off in quite a good mood this morning, transport-wise, because I spotted Councillor Young on the bus, Councillor Young of a rather patrician family. I just... Excellent. So, like I say, buses are socialism on wheels. We had a very nice. Okay. Then just the conversation before lunch almost did my head in. It becomes a technical discussion about like how long the parking is, or how many numbers there are. That is completely missing the point, and I will particularly be voting against number 12. So, councillors, we have known for decades that we need to change the way that we move. This is not new. We have been going on and on and on about it. There have been enormous amounts of campaigning effort put in for decades to make sure that there are good opportunities, light rail, I'll talk about that later, and cycles and better buses. And this should not be difficult. It should just be done. You need, if you want people to use the sustainable transport infrastructure, or sustainable transport modes, you need to provide the infrastructure. It is not reasonable, actually, to expect people to crowd up, sometimes they're quite small apartments with large vehicles, particularly when you're trying to help a family. The argument that people in the central city don't need to use bikes is one I don't agree with.
I know for people who do like to cycle, find it so much more convenient than public transport. Obviously, I have a different experience, but as long as we're doing something sustainable, that's fine. That it's quick, it's cheap, it's easy. And when we move around the city, we obviously have a number of trip destinations. We might be going to a sports field in the suburbs, we might be going to the hospital, potentially not seriously injured, maybe for visitors or for return visits. But there's all sorts of reasons why we make trips, and the sort of argument, oh well, you should just walk or you should use the bus, is silly. If you like biking, then that should be an option open to you. The deeper problem I've got with this, though, is that, again, in this case, is really, really deep historical roots, is that this is sort of the old argument between socialists and environmentalists about the need to provide for social needs over the environment. And I'm a little bit tired of it, because we always end up doing this. When we have an environmental imperative, then we always stop it because of cost. Developers, in fact, as I was saying to someone, are like small children. They need to be told what to do, even though I am a libertarian in principle. They need to be told that they need to provide bike parking. They need to be told to build green buildings rather than concrete, heavily polluting buildings and so on. They need to be told that community needs to be developed in these buildings. If we just let them do what they like, they will not provide enough of any of those things that I have just listed. So really, when we come down to it,
Councillor
all of us,
could you just
just my last point is that when we come down to it, we said that we were going to cut our emissions. This is urgent, absolutely urgent. The whole scientific community is behind that, and yet we come to this and go, we're not going to do it. And then we're going to take 2 more years to do something else, which we've just spent 7 years doing, and which Councillor McNulty, final point, has just reminded me, is that Minister Bishop said he's going to remove the right for us to do this anyway.
Out of scope.
So I want to speak in favour of this amendment, most of this amendment. Look, we're talking about the district plan. These are very mandated minimum rules to make the city work. This isn't an initiative to support engagement on climate change. This is a rule that every building and every development must comply with. And I have a problem across a lot of this district plan around the prescriptive rules that are trying to drive the city, transform the city, if you will, when often you're seeing a reluctance of it. And look, the council members recognise this. We passed an amendment earlier recognising the onerous imposition of the SNA rules on track building, and gave ourselves a little more leeway, which we can do. I'm sorry, Councillor Abdurrahman, but I cannot support your amendment. I think signage and that sort of stuff, and people participating in democracy is about freedom of speech, and and limiting that, I think, is just wrong. But I do support the rest of this, because I think that it's really about providing more freedom for people to build what is needed, not necessarily what this council thinks is wanted, but what is needed. Councillor Foon says, why are people not submitting more on this? And that's a good question. And the answer is, having followed this for the past years very closely, they are not submitting on it because most people don't even know this is happening. There's thousands of pages, and having participated in the submission process, it's extremely onerous if you're going to try and even have your say. And to be perfectly honest, it's also extremely frustrating, because in the end, only expert advice is really taken into consideration. This is not an opinion process, or even a very democratic process. Mandatory minimums across a city as diverse as ours is simply wrong. We have areas that are flat, areas that are steep, areas that are old, areas that are new. And we need to enable people who want to build and people who want to buy and buy what will work in those areas. Large parts of my ward, for example, are really uncyclable. Seriously. I mean, if you're going to come from Tawa, there is no safe cycling route, yet we're going to require cycling to be built in the Tawa town centre, cycling space, and no one cycles. Very, very few people cycle. Why? Because you've got to get to town over a very dangerous piece of road called Middleton Road. And this council decided not to build the other side, connect the roads on the other side, which may have worked, and yet we're going to require cycling in places where no one will cycle. At the beginning of my election, there was a proposal to put in cycleways through Johnsonville, and the community responded overwhelmingly to saying, no, 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 this is not going to work. And those were cancelled, thank goodness. The mandatory minimums includes even things like providing electricity. I mean, I've had a look at this. This is expensive stuff. We paid Wellington Electricity $27,000 to put electricity into that bike rack on Shell Lane, and we're going to require that of private developers. This is exactly the point, that developers really want to build what is wanted. And in certain places, they are going to build car parks and no cycleways. And if those houses get sold, that's what people want, because we want a city that's affordable and accessible. So I do encourage you to support this amendment, except for number 11.
I think it's very interesting that, and I was listening to Councillor Pennant discussing things and saying that we should offer people the choice. We should, yes, we want them to have healthier habits, to give them the choice of whether they want to walk or cycle. And I'm actually quite surprised that you actually caught the bus this morning from Mount Victoria to here. I mean, that's easily walkable, so you should be ashamed of yourself. So when we look at the choices for that we're offering people, there's a big developer in Wellington that built these very expensive apartments in Victoria Street, and they didn't build in any car parks for them because the cost of building the car parks significantly increased the cost of those apartments, and they were thinking that along the line of we could actually provide car parks for them if they actually wanted them, but we don't want to build them into the same building because it increases the cost for everyone. So what they've done is they've contracted car parks over in the central city car park in Tory Street. Now, for those of you who know the city, there's a couple of blocks between Victoria Street and Tory Street. So anyone who wants a car park and lives in those apartments, they can actually go get one of those car parks in Tory Street, so then they have to walk across a couple of blocks to go and get it. And when those people actually bought those apartments, they thought, well, that's okay, we can manage that because we're living in the city. A lot of the things that we do, we can actually just walk there, so we don't actually need to use the car every day, so it doesn't really matter that it's a couple of blocks away. And so they're quite happy, and they did that. So, but after being there a while, they find that it is actually, when they do actually need a car, it is actually a bit of an inconvenience for them to actually walk over there and go and get it. And particularly when we have a really sort of cold and windy day, which happens in Wellington on the odd occasion. And so now they're actually thinking of selling that apartment to actually get a place where they can actually leave a car, even if they only use it rarely, because of the convenience of it. So even though they had good intentions in actually doing this, and the people who bought them had good intentions of actually not driving the cars at all, in practice, sometimes they actually need them, and then they actually want the convenience of it. So I think that I admire their determination to make the housing cheaper, although you can't say that a couple $1 million is cheap, but they're trying to cut down the cost of housing, so they're taking the things out that they didn't consider necessary. But this experience has told them that they can't actually determine what's necessary and what's not necessary to a lot of people, and people are different. They have different requirements, say, and so they said that as developers, they want to build something that people will buy, and so this is their thinking. And so we can't tell people that we want them to live a particular way. We can't tell them that, yes, you can make do without a car in the city.
Ray, your 3 minutes is up, so could you just close up?
So my thinking is that I'm going to support this amendment because I think that we should give people, again, we should go back and give them the choice. If they want to live in an apartment without a bike park, they can actually take it up to their apartment. So I think that we shouldn't be forcing people to actually put extra expense onto buildings. Thank you.
Just very briefly, I am going to vote for the amendment around bike parking, but I do have mixed feelings. And I think it's important to get on the record that I do support bike parking minimums done right. And if I am lucky enough to be re-elected to this council, I nearly went lucky enough, that I would be pursuing that, to actually reinstate minimum cycle parking in the right place and in the right way and in the right proportion. So I have a concern, and that I asked a question about front and side setbacks, and I am concerned about how these things interact. And so I do think we need to come back and do that work. And I guess I don't want to sort of replace bad housing policy with bad transport policy. And I guess also to emphasise, I think central government getting rid of car parking minimums was a very important and essential step. But I think getting rid of bike parking minimums is in a different kind of, I think that would be bad transport policy, not allowing us to have some flexibility to support the development of that mode in our city. So I appreciate the constraints that have led the mover to do it in this way, and I'm going to support it, but I just wanted to be on the record with my level of discomfort about where we are and not wanting to support, in the long run, bad transport policy. Thank you.
Thank you. Look, I don't want this to be a debate on cycleways. There's an election that can do that. Today's debate's been about whether the imposition of costs that result from e-bike and e-scooter parking minimums is warranted when we take into consideration our housing crisis in New Zealand, particularly in Wellington. And we all have our own values set, and we'll make a judgment accordingly on where we sit on that basis. But I think Councillor Rogers has identified probably the most critical issue. The most onerous requirements of the design that's been recommended fall upon the CBD. And when I introduced the amendment, I spoke about how the proposed rules from the IHP will result in undersupply and oversupply in different parts of the city. So if this amendment was to fail, the CBD requirements persist, and we add tens of thousands of dollars of cost into central city housing. That's a fact. In questions, Councillor Matthews did ask about that interplay between setbacks and the amendment, and again, I can only speak to what's given to the IHP, so really, which is basically very little. So elected members will obviously make their own judgment about what's been required, and I think that's been articulated. But I agree, if we're going to do these in the right way, in the right proportion, in the right areas is the key principle that needs to underpin it. I think Councillor Foon, I to the P there. Really fair points around evidence. The problem is there's a bit of a dearth of evidence, not only in opposition but in support of these requirements. So it just takes it back to a simple principle. Will it increase the cost of housing? And given the answer is yes, that I feel my position's sound. And I suppose for Councillor Pennant, I just thought I'd quickly Google a bit about e-bike parking and storage options in other major cities. So in New York, you have businesses in Manhattan that operate street-level storage 24/7. Tokyo has built a brand new 1,000 underground e-bike parking facility. London has a company called the E-Bike Storage Company. They can even come and pick your e-bike up and deliver it to you. So I think those are kind of commercial opportunities that we could be encouraging in our city, which actually sound pretty good to me. So look, thank you for the debate today. I appreciate that this is uncomfortable for some of the people around the table in terms of the interplay with where they sit, with both housing and transport, but I think ultimately this is the right thing to do at this point.
Good. Yeah, we'll vote on each one separately. So this is 4, 4-1, and then 11, and then 12. Just 4.
I can't find my remote. So who's got it? I think it's like 28 or something, but I. Sarah, what's you up to?
Mayoral aspirations.
That is carried. 4 point... Oh, sorry, we don't have to vote on 4.1, so just 11. Eleven. Yeah. That is also passed. Then 12. That is also passed. So we'll now move on to Deputy, no.
Sorry, excuse me, that last vote I voted no. Sorry, I pressed the wrong button.
Oh, I thought you voted yes. I thought I had.
I know, but I meant to.
Okay, you meant to be a red.
I meant to change the vote to no.
Okay,
so,
sorry. Just if we could make that note. So do we have Deputy Mayor Foon's amendment now? I thought it's been overridden by, yeah, okay. So now we move on to Councillor Randall. Thank you.
Thank you. My amendment's not to do directly with this district plan. It's really to address a couple of rules that are in the district plan, but essentially based on feedback from people who are impacted by these rules, we need to review. And I've worked closely with officers. They're both about the noise, and the two noise rules are essentially around the fact that the district plan has a couple of new elements to it. One is it's got a new rule around dog facilities, and I think the overall intention of the rule for commercial dog facilities to make it clear that you can have facilities that are working during the day as permitted, but overnight stuff and late nights and everything like that, that's not permitted without having a resource consent. The problem is that it's got a time frame on it which puts it out of alignment with public dog parks. In other words, it's got a time restriction that doesn't apply to a public facility, and the first change really is just to bring those two, commercial dog park and public dog park, into alignment. The second rule is because we have a large lot, a new type of rural, which is large lot residential, most of which is in the Northern Ward, where I'm from. And I think partly due to a bit of an oversight, we've shooting of pests and that sort of stuff, which is permitted as a rural activity, has been missed as being applied to the large lot residential, which is another type of rural activity. And again, work with officers, and they could see that there was a bit of an issue with requiring resource consent in an area where pest control is of great importance, of which shooting, of course, is is a key way of that property owners use. So the direction is really to add these two, add reviews of these rules into the upcoming district plan for noise change, which is already planned to happen in the next start happening in the next 6 months or so. And so I ask for your support, and feel free to ask any questions.
I'm sure the mover will be able to help me with this one too. It's around the dogs. Is the purpose of the rule to basically control the noise? Because it's like when I take my dogs to get their hair cut, it's very noisy in there. And it's compared to a public dog park, which might have one or two dogs woofing.
Yes, that is what the district plan is regulating, the noise from the facility.
So is it saying basically the policy intent is that the noise might be more of a problem in a commercial facility where you've got a large number of dogs all together, as opposed to a public area where they may be more dispersed?
No, the distinction is more to do with edge effects, and these being residential, large lot residential areas. And so the question becomes essentially what the quiet enjoyment of that property looks like, and also how you anticipate that area to change in the future.
So just where I go and get my dog's fur cut is right in the middle in Victoria Street. So does that mean that then people would be able to have dogs operating after 5 o'clock at night? And
yes.
Councillor, the way that the rule operates at the moment is in that zone and many other zones across the city, we allow as a permitted activity, so no resource consent required, the operation of that sort of an activity, provided it is operating within the hours of 7 a.m. and 7 p.m. So if you're outside of those hours, then there is a resource consent required to assess things like nuisance effects from noise. So not only in the city centre, but across the city.
Oh, it doesn't matter. It's your turn.
Thank you. How many people, just on the firearm noise one, how many people have identified the need, or said they need this change?
I think that would be better answered by the mover. It is his constituency work that has resulted in this amendment being brought.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Rogers.
Yeah, I guess I'm just intrigued about, firstly, the definition of a large lot residential zone being rural, given it says residential in the name.
Yes, it has a more residential character than the rural zone in what it provides for, and it has been classified as effectively more of a lifestyle residential basis than the more commercial rural activities that take place in the rural zone. Yes, and so when we're looking at land zones, you've got to bear in mind that they reflect the purpose for which they will become, not necessarily what is there now.
So just to elaborate on that, the district plan was implementing the planning standards, and as part of that, the council opted not to have a rural lifestyle zone. So that's a type of zoning category that exists within the standards. So we have the large lot residential zone. It's quite varied in terms of the types of sizes of properties and the characteristics. Some of them are more rural in nature, some of them are more residential in nature. But the zone that we have in the district plan, or at least what's gone into the district plan, contains the large lot residential, and it is a residential zone rather than rural.
I have another one. I guess my question around the large lot residential zone is kind of thinking about the reverse sensitivity at play and the consideration that would be brought through approving this amendment. I guess I'm thinking in my mind, as someone who grew up on a lifestyle block, I in particular wouldn't expect firearms to be discharged on the property or in the nearby vicinity. So I guess, is there kind of any consideration of that matter that has to come into forming this opinion?
In some ways, it would be a policy decision of the council. The zoning to which this amendment is seeking to apply is classified as a residential zone. What might be appropriate in a residential zone versus a rural zone is also a policy decision, but the planning standards does plan a definition about what that is, and generally it's a residential property of a larger nature, as the naming implies. and whether or not it's appropriate to discharge firearms on that type of property is a policy decision of the council.
I expect that those reverse sensitivity matters would form the basis of the examinations at the hearing that would take place as part of the plan change process for this particular control.
These kind of noise regulations, I mean, they obviously don't just apply to dog facilities. And I'm thinking about another example where I've been working with a community not-for-profit early childhood centre in my ward who are required to do a resource consent to even be open for another hour in the afternoon. So these are quite common and spread across all sorts of...
Yes. They're reasonably common, and they're attached to uses that would have those cross-boundary effects that affect the surrounding properties.
Okay, thank you.
I just wanted to ask something about that. Just you. Sorry. Oh, sorry. Yep.
Yeah. So a couple of questions. So first of all, the large lot residential is a new type of zone. Is it true that the previous district plan had these areas zoned as rural more likely than urban?
That is correct, Councillor.
And like in places like Takapu Valley, it's not like a suburb.
Yes, they were rurally zoned in the main.
Okay, and just in terms of these rules being able to be considered through the independent hearing panel process, how many submissions were received on the dog facilities plan, and how many were received on the shooting noise rule?
I'm only aware of perhaps one submission on the gun noise matter from the airport, and that resulted in a carve-out for them. And then I think as part of that hearing process, there was a tweak made as a recommendation from the reporting officer to allow an exemption in the rural zone, because when the plan was notified, a resource consent was required across the entire city if you were going to undertake those types of activities. So there was a change through the IHP process which resulted in a less regulated pathway for rural activities, just to recognise that use of firearms in a rural environment is something that might otherwise be anticipated.
Okay,
and with regards to dog-related activities, I'm not aware of any submissions on that point, but I can clarify that for you.
Okay, and just to be clear, if there are no submissions about a rule, the rule automatically becomes active or enabled, and wasn't really considered as part of the whole hearing stream process.
A rule can still be considered by the IHP through the 42A process that may not have a submission on it. So essentially, the rules have been deemed to have been considered by this point in the process, despite nobody submitting on them. The difficulty is ascribing as the reason as to why there was no submission.
Okay.
I just want to ask a question about the large lot residential zones. Would it be correct to say that this zoning would be between a residential zone and a rural zone? So it's that gap between the two types of zones. Like, you wouldn't find a large lot residential zone, for example, in the middle of Oriental Bay, would you?
No, you wouldn't.
Actually, my question got answered. It was about submissions.
However, higher.
Yeah, just on the large lot residential thing. So it might have been rural at one point, but there's a new category now, and it qualifies as large lot residential. It's got the name is in it. It's in the name, residential. So it's changed. It's turned into a different category, right?
Yes, this plan has introduced that zone, and the previous zoning under the 2000 plan has fallen away.
And we're talking about potentially approving gun noise, a residential, something that's got residential in the name. Sorry,
yes, you're asking.
You.
You're asking for that to go into a plan change.
Thank you.
Councillor Chung is seconding.
We'll start with Councillor McNulty.
Yeah, just quickly, I want to speak particularly to support of these ones because they actually impact residents in Takapu Northern Ward, which is why Councillor Randall has brought them up. So I don't know if anyone's ever taken a drive up the Takapu Valley. I hadn't until about 3 years ago when I was running for election. I thought, oh, I probably need to go out and see the entirety of this ward if I'm going to ask people to support me. Beautiful, it's sort of like the Aharu Valley, but even quieter and a dead end. But it is really rural land. There's no way, shape around it. And the shooting aspect, it's one of the blunt truths that part of what keeps our biodiversity thriving is that we need to remove pests, rabbits and things like that. And sometimes there's brutal ways we have to do it, but we have to shoot them. That's how we maintain the natural environment away from those pests. So that's where R8 has come in from. There's a really practical reason for it, is that some of those property owners are no longer able to do said pest control that they would have been doing previously. So I think it's entirely reasonable. And in R7, I think Councillor Randall's laid it out anyway. But yeah, no, in terms of if we've got a public standard that's here and a private standard that's here, why would we not align them? So again, just supporting as lived experience from residents that are a part of the Takapu Northern Ward, and the logic for them and why I'm supporting them.
Thank you. Councillor Paddock.
Councillor Randall, I'm open to be convinced, but at the moment I will be voting against R7. As you know, I love dogs, but they can be a nuisance with a large number of them congregating together. And I personally would not want to annoy the good residents of Victoria Street with my dogs if for some bizarre reason they were there very late. R8, I take your point, Councillor McNulty, but I'm having a really bad day today. All these things, like just anything with a gun, no thanks, and shooting range activities, I just don't think we need them.
Councillor Matthews.
Yeah, just very briefly, I mean, there is an actual genuine difference between an individual person taking their own personal dog into a public dog facility and a commercial facility being open. And that is different. And I'm quite comfortable actually with the current that people can apply. Those seem like reasonably broad hours of operation, and applying for a resource consent if you want to be open outside of those. I think the current system seems fine. I don't see what the problem is. Whether an individual submitter has a problem, well, apply for a resource consent, just like the Early Childhood Centre in my ward is applying to be open, and they're a not-for-profit.
Councillor Calvert.
Yeah, look, I'll be supporting these, and I think Councillor Randall's made a good point around the commercial dog facilities, and I know he provided a lot more information to us via email. In terms of the noise, in terms of the shooting range, look, I think this is a large sort of rural area. We live in the city. I think most of us were on Canberra on Friday night when they did a few shots ring out from that one. Everybody cheered, sorry. So look, I just think we are a city with noise, and so let's just be reasonable about this. This is not excessive. I think I get more noise from the screeching brakes of the train by my place than anything else. But you learn to live with it, you get used to it, and I think this is just a pragmatic approach, so I'll be supporting them.
Is there anybody else who wishes to... sorry, Councillor Rogers.
Yeah, I guess I first wanted to speak specifically to what, I understand the point of, this is a concern that has been raised through constituents, but I don't think that the council engaging in private plan changes essentially in the public realm is necessarily a best use of its time. And I know that Councillor Randall earlier in debate alluded to the massive workload that the planning team has on at the moment. And I guess in that sense I would agree with Councillor Matthews that actually if this is restricted to a couple of people, then the appropriate way is to go through a resource consent process. We're not saying that doing these things is impossible, but you have to be able to demonstrate that if people in your area have moved there or are living there, understanding that you have to control the reverse sensitivity of a discharging firearm or running a commercial dog activity, that you should be able to demonstrate through a resource consent that you are controlling that reverse sensitivity. And for that reason, I think to use a public plan change for an individual's private benefit isn't necessarily appropriate. The other thing that I would also discuss is, the large lot residential zone, and I understand for the people who were living there and for which their zoning has changed, that can be troublesome. And I know my parents have many instances when they might or might not be going through rezoning. But the actual fact is that the way that it is described within the Section 32 report going over the large lot residential zone is it talks about a zone that is on the periphery of the urban area and provides a medium between residential zone and rural zone, which is to imply that there are large lot residential zones that do adjoin on the boundary of a residential zone. And for that reason, I think it is inappropriate to discharge a firearm. And for that reason, I think you should be able to demonstrate that you are taking into account the reverse sensitivity for doing so. And for that reason, I believe both of these amendments to be inappropriate, both through use and through intent. So I will not be supporting them.
I think you have the right of reply.
Thank you. I want to pick up on Councillor Matthews and Councillor Pannett's offer to perhaps answer your concerns. First of all, I draw your attention to the fact that the dog noise did not receive any submissions at all. People who are affected literally did not know this rule existed. And so the independent hearing panel and officers really were not alerted to saying there was an issue with this rule, which says that you can't operate past, you have to operate between 7 and 7. The same applies to the shooting rule. There was one submission on the shooting rule, and it was by Wellington Airport. And so now in Wellington, you can shoot on rural areas and at Wellington Airport. This is not about urban and rural, this is about fair use. And the fact that Wellington Airport went through the district plan with a fine-tooth comb, as we've already discussed earlier, it means that they also came across this rule and they got themselves an individual carve-out. The large lot residential is a new zone, and it's a rural zone that's going to be intensified. And I can tell you from the resident that talked to me that everyone shoots rabbits there because they've got a bad rabbit problem. And if you're trying to run sheep or cattle or anything like that, the rabbits eat all the food, so you are going to shoot them, and they've shot up to 10 to 12 a week. And the reality is they're not stopping just because there's no district plan. They're not going to go and spend $30,000 on getting a resource consent to shoot on their own property. So we're going to be put in the dilemma of prosecuting people in essentially 10-acre blocks for shooting rabbits because they don't comply. This is a thing that's just essentially been missed. And because there are some elements to the large lot residential that are residential rules because they are more intense than pure rural. And as was outlined by officers, the original intention was so, when the officers first wrote it, they were going to ban shooting in the rural area as well, and whole Wellington City couldn't shoot. And they amended it, and I'm just wanting to ask for them to also have the opportunity to review it, because I'm not asking for the rule to be changed. These amendments ask for them to be reviewed and go through a proper process with proper alerting, okay, as part of the noise plan change, but we've already agreed we're going to do. I also want to answer the talk about the dog side of things, because the resident is running a dog park, and ironically, it's not the large number of dogs. You're thinking of dog grooming areas and that sort of stuff, which do operate during the day and are subject to these noise restrictions. Dog parks actually have fewer dogs than in public areas because people hire them. And these are owners who who may have had their dog attacked and they're trying to reacclimatise to taking them out, and so they want a private area. And, it's like $8 an hour. Asking for a $30,000 resource consent to go and operate past 7 p.m. is quite unreasonable, because in the summertime, some of the best times for taking your dog out is early morning and late evening. And that also aligns to when people can work, and then they can be free to have some private time with their dogs. There are apparently 9 commercial dog parks in our city. Did you know that? It's just come across, it's amazing. The city has got everything. So really what we're looking to do again is to review the time restriction. Dog facilities are still subject to noise controls and noise complaints, okay, just like everything else. It's just that this rule had no submissions, completely missed it, and I just want to take it back through the process, because all I'm asking for you, I do still ask for your support, all of you, even Councillor Rogers, who says he's going to vote against. I ask you to reconsider, please, because all we want to do is to put this into a noise. We're going to do noise. We just want to add these 2 rules so that the officers can look at it, consider it, that the people who now know about this can have a chance to submit on a district plan change, and then we can get it right. So thank you very much for your consideration, and I hope you will support these amendments. And yes, yeah, and because really we're looking at adding these reviews to the noise plan change. That's all we're doing.
Great, thank you. I think we can now vote on.
Could I ask a procedural question? Sorry, I promise I'm partisan. If 13 does not pass, but one of the following amendments do, does that mean that the effect of the following 2 amendments is to delete these areas but without a review? Does that make sense? If the top one didn't get support? Yeah. Wanted to check that, yeah.
All right, so 13 will direct us. 13.1 is the matter that is to be directed. So if 13 was not to pass, but you were to pass one of the following 2, that would cause a short circuit. So we should vote. Or the other option is to take 13.1 and 13.2 first, and then take 13, if you wish to do it. With it, yes, because basically what you're saying is this is the matter to be added, and then passing 13 to direct us to add that matter. It's a slightly cack-handed way of doing things, but it's probably the practical.
Chair, can I just suggest that these just get amended? So 13.1 becomes direct officers about the noise. 13.2 becomes direct officers about that level of noise.
Leave of the meeting.
I mean, it just means it's.
Yeah, let's just.
I think with the leave of the meeting, Councillor Calvert's suggestion is very sensible.
Okay, so does that require an adjournment, or? Yeah, okay, well, just adjourn while we. Yep, okay. amendments so that they are now, hopefully, let's go and vote on them. So we've got 13 and 14, so I think we should vote on them separately because that seems to be the way of today.
You have a division?
And well, I find this is my first and maybe last opportunity ever, so I'll put my casting vote in favour of Councillor Randall's amendment. It is passed, so now we vote on 14. Vote. This is
yeah.
And that is also passed. So thank you very much for those. So that's it, right? Now we can go back to the substantive. So that is. Do we have any further debate on the substantive, or have we thrashed everything out? Councillor Pannett would, of course, like to say something.
Those were quite relatively small issues. I'd just like to address a couple of big ones. So look, given I've been around since, was here at the start along with Councillors Young and Free, I would like to thank the officers, the commissioners and all the people who have made public submissions, and it's an enormous amount of work. In saying that, should really be seen as a living document because already we've got a big plan change coming up and more will need to be done. The process has been very long. I'm not sure whether it needed to be. Mr. Hodgetts possibly did inadvertently wave a red flag in front of the bull when he said that this is very good environmentally, or some words to that effect. Look, you know, there are some good things that have happened. We've got the SNAs through no parking minimums. Thank you, Julianne Genter. Things like around renewable electricity generation, the Papakainga work which will come through, stormwater controls, which I pushed really hard on. Design guides that will help for more energy efficient buildings. That is all good. However, you know, I do think, I still can't really understand why sections 5, 6, 7 and 8 of the RMA don't give us better outcomes, because we've still got, like, basically this has been an exercise in some relatively small incremental changes, which, even though I tried really hard, I just didn't get what I wanted. So MRT, thank you to the Deputy Mayor. She did raise whether we could make some further progress on that. That's been talked about since the 90s. I did get an amendment through, as you may recall, but we still have not got that in there. And like, that's a massive failure. And I gave up on Let's Get Wellington moving, but that really was the time to have got it done. You won't be surprised to hear me say that I'm very disappointed with the commissioners with their rolling over the quarry. I mean, the officers have acknowledged that we are running out of space there. I know the region's sort of trying to do some other work, but, you know, that hits at the heart of environmentalism, the limited number of natural resources we have and how we need to use them more sustainably. And I think that kicked the can down the road. I think the Epic Way one, it made me kind of roll my eyes, because I have raised concerns about that development in Newlands for a long time. It was, you know, putting in a car-dependent suburb. So there's a real problem with the system in that you can do the planning changes, but you don't necessarily get the transport network improvements along the way. So I'm sure the officers will continue their good work in advocating for that, but it is a failure in the process. I don't feel potentially that the approach to sea level rise is strong enough, but I guess we'll just have to go back and do that again. And the last thing I just want to say is about the prison. And I apologise that this didn't occur to me until we got the briefing in May about what a problem, or it was in April, what a problem that is. So the change from rural to corrections area around Arahata is, in my view, should not be done. I did get some advice about whether it was possible to pull it. I did talk to a few people about whether there would be support. There wasn't really, so I decided not to waste your time, but I do want to flag it as an issue. I had, in fact, maybe Councillor
Bennett, could you just get a...
Just last point. I had an old colleague, Councillor Dawson, who was involved in prison reform and talked about the mad, the sad and the bad. Only one of the category really needed to be in our prisons. We also know, of course, that Māori are massively overrepresented. So I do think this is an issue. It's one of the reasons why I don't like designations, that it just gives the state massive powers to do sometimes some very bad things. Motorways are usually my area, but I think this is a bad thing. So look, if they do look to expand it, I guess that will be the time to have the discussion. But we do need to keep thinking these things often have a very, very long tail, and we need to continue that conversation about how we use our land for good ends.
Yes, look, I'd just like to acknowledge the amount of work that's gone in on this, and I think it's not everyone's got what they wanted in this, but I do find it interesting that the very premise of doing this work was based on population growth. And we know, and when this started, we were expecting probably to grow 12,000 or more in the last 5 years. We dropped by 48. So look, I just think, the district plan, this is here for 30 years or maybe a bit less, but did we need to go to the extremes that we have? We covered things off like SNAs in residential areas, and then it would really... nothing happened with that. I believe we weren't clear with the public about that when we first started going out to communicate with it. No one understood what the impacts were, and I think we've seen even for some of these little subtle changes, because it is such a complex document, people didn't always understand the intricacies of it. I'm really disappointed. We went out and got independent commissioners that were experienced in this. I mean, we all know that we are not experts in this, and we got independent commissioners, and they're the ones who listened to all the feedback and assessed it. And then when they first came back, what did we do? We didn't like what they told us, and then that was kicked up to government, and then the minister made his ruling, which I think was not consistent, in particular when you hear about what the deal that Auckland have been able to do. So, but I think this is just part and parcel that the government doesn't want to do a deal with Wellington in any way. So I am disappointed in terms of that. I'm pleased that we've got some bit of sanity back in terms of the cycle parking, or having to not have to put in that cycle parking, because the whole point of all this about the district plan and housing was to actually try and lower the cost of housing, and here we were telling people how to live and increasing the cost. So so at least we've got that. But anyway, it is what it is. But I just think that we've been through a whole process, and some of our basic assumptions right at the start have turned out to be incorrect. So let's see how this plan is actually able to be implemented.
Yes, that's the end of this process. I do feel I need to say something, because I became involved with the district plan as a resident and from a residential group point of view when it first started back in the spatial plan days. Look, my experience is that this is a process for planners and corporates and government agencies. I believe this process, and it's not the fault of planners, it's the fault of the RMA and court decisions and other government legislation imposing stuff along, but it's a profoundly undemocratic process with excessive reliance on paid experts, and as a normal member of the public, you're essentially able to be ignored by everybody, including commissioners. I do thank the commissioners who have done a good job to try and turn a seller's ear into a silk purse. I don't think they've necessarily succeeded, because our city is in trouble. We've stopped growing. Development's too expensive. We have a plan to transform our city, but I think we've ended up with a dense thicket of rules for a dense city. Developers who've talked to, and I've talked to a lot, are hugely frustrated with both our rules and our planning process. If I hear another story about preservation of skinks, I'll scream. Tens of thousands of dollars around marginal environmental issues, as far as I could tell. There are some serious work in this city, and this is a serious city when it comes to ecology, but the big stuff is happening almost despite the plan, and we've already discussed the fact that we've now got SNAs where we can't build tracks, and people whose private land is severely constrained in terms of further rules about what they can do with their own property. I do look forward to the government's RMA reforms, because I think the fundamental problem is, over the years, the original intent of the RMA has been so constrained with court cases and legal stuff that it's become almost unworkable, and I think everyone recognises that. So perhaps we can hopefully cut the Gordian knot and get a better way of planning the city. Thanks.
I just think we should all cheer up a little bit. That I just heard a few speeches. One, oh, we didn't listen to the IHP. The other one, oh, the IHP didn't listen to us. Actually, this has been a profoundly democratic process where we have taken optimistic, future-focused, climate-focused, people-focused decisions that will allow our city to grow. And actually what has happened to our population over recent decades is Wellington City, by refusing to grow, exported population to the rest of the region, because that is where people could afford to live. And that is now set to change. And it won't happen overnight, and I think the worst fears and the greatest optimism, the district plan is not a silver bullet now, nor is it a terrible thing. It is an opportunity to grow and have a vision for our city into the future. So, as I say, I think it would be great if we could start talking up our city, talking up our future, talking up the opportunities to house more people, have more commercial activities alongside them, while being one of the few places in the world with a growing biodiversity. So yay the skinks. And actually start embracing a future with optimism and positivity. And actually, that is what I have heard from people, not just in Wellington, not just in New Zealand, but all around the world about the work that we have done. And unlike Christchurch and Auckland councils, we did not have to be dragged kicking and screaming into doing it. We embraced it as a collective, and we should welcome the fact that there is broad central government support for the work that we have done, and actually we are the model. Thank you.
Kia ora, Councillor Matthews, and just to follow on from that, Thank you for bringing me back into reflecting on this process. My first encounter with this was through the work of Our City Tomorrow, and I do remember Moana Maki leading our table where I was, surprise, enthusing about food gardens in every corner of the city. And probably was a bit of a pathway to me being around the table. But I do remember at those early engagements that over 80% of people, and I just can't stand by the number, but it was high, so someone can correct me later, wanted to change to accommodate for a changing climate. And they were committed to living in a more dense environment and densifying our city. So thank you, Councillor Matthews, for your mighty mahi here. Thank you to everybody who has contributed. 18,000 submissions is massive. And just actually really want to acknowledge our team. The complexity today, even my head is hurting. For the first time I saw Mr. Ordain wavering in his certainty on statements last night. But yeah, it's been a really big, intense process. So I really just want to thank everyone for where we've landed. Yep, it's not perfect, some disappointments, but we're better than we were off yesterday. So let's move on. Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to share my optimism around this. You get elected and you have some hopes, dreams of things you might be able to do, and to be able to deliver this all within 2 and a bit years, that is bloody awesome. We are putting the city on a better track towards development and people being able to live here than when we inherited it in this council. So I'm absolutely stoked. I want to reflect on a few of the things though. So having gone through this process and been very grateful to, I'm also quite excited about the next lot of government RMA reform that's going to remove this process to an extent, because I think fundamentally the regime that's been laid out with, I think it's 18 sort of zoning areas across the whole country, is going to take it to that next step, that alignment between us, what Hutt City do, what Porirua do, what Upper Hutt do. A builder based in Upper Hutt's going to be able to come into Wellington and have a much better understanding of the rules here because they understand the rules in Upper Hutt. Those are fundamental things. So we've done half the work here. Around the zoning. There is now a big job, and we heard it in our annual plan submissions around some of the consenting fees and what the impacts of those. I heard it on the doors. I was door knocking on Saturday, and a resident I spoke to in Newlands, they bought a character house in Mount Victoria in anticipation of the district plan changes. That house has been bowled. It's turning into 3 townhouses. They'll live on it. They'll sell the other 2. It's the exact change we wanted to see. But they highlighted to me, well, actually under the new district plan, there's a landscaping plan and lighting plan requirements that weren't there before. So there's regulatory things now on our end, in our court. And the great thing about election year is we all get to compete about these ideas of how we can do it better and one-up each other. And I welcome that challenge this year. I'm really excited to see candidates, parties, individuals one-upping each other on how we do better on housing. That's going to be an awesome tension for us. But finally, the one disappointment, I suppose Councillor Calvert said we didn't quite all get what we want. Gordon Wilson down there remains heritage listed. Remains heritage listed, and that is why I'm quite excited for the next tranche of reforms, because that will be where we get the ability to finally get some rationality and some sense on that thing so that the university can turn it into 500 units for students. That's what they want to do, but that's what our current rules are impeding. So we have done a good job. I'm proud of the work that we've done. Again, I want to acknowledge, especially Councillor Matthews, this is your leadership that's brought this here. Thank you. But now the challenge is on how do we get this organisation to be as efficient as possible? How do we make sure that we can consent in the most speedy way possible? And how do we be ready for these next wave of RMA reforms so that Wellington is just building? I want a city where it is inconvenient to drive down every street because there are construction trucks, builders, cranes, those types of things, and actually delivering on the promise that we might actually have affordable housing sometime in my lifetime. That might just be doable. Thank you.
One moment, please. Procedural motion. Given that we've now heard 3 speakers in favour of this matter, could I move that the matter now be put?
Yeah, happy to second that motion. Once we vote on the closure motion, then a right of reply is offered.
We're voting to actually go to a vote on the... Is it happening? And this needs 75%. Councillor Calvert, we're waiting on you. I assume you've got it. And that is 75%, so we're okay. Okay, so we'll now move on. Oh, did it? 4 divided by 17. Yep. Yeah, it says, I've got here, this is 23%.
You would need 12.75 votes, so we've got 13 votes, so yes.
Yeah, it's passed. Now we move on to the right of reply by...
Oh, okay, let's get on with it. Thank you, team. We've been here a long day.
Got 75%.
Look, I just really want to support Councillor Matthews' work in this and her comments that she made. This is significant. It sets us up for the future. You know, Wellington City has a lot to be proud of in terms of our transformation across our city. We're just in the thick of it, and we just have to keep going. So, awesome work. This is good stuff.
I now invite you to vote on the whole lot. Okay, all together. And that is passed. Not unanimous. And well, I'd like to please welcome Liam Hodges to introduce the report, decisions register.
Yeah, take it as read, councillors.
Does anybody wish to? Councillor Pennant, of course, would like to say.
Of course. And I did get my questions in on time and they've been answered. Thank you for that. Liam, you know that I have deep concerns around the number of bus stops that are being removed, and I did ask in February about whether we were going to have a chance to go to consultation on that plan, because we only endorsed the 2019 document.
Which reference, councillor, are we talking to? Is this the...
So this was the joint bus joint bus projects with Greater Wellington. I asked a question about that. So
the Harbour Quays.
Yeah, yeah.
Yep, so the traffic, that will still be going to traffic resolution, but
no, my first question was, are we going to be able to have a citywide discussion about bus stops or bus priority measures?
Yes, and we have a joint briefing of Greater Wellington coming up this month, and that's a good question to ask them at that briefing.
And just on the Harbour Quays project, I presume that you will think about the conflict between buses and along that?
Part of the safety design procedures, yes.
Thank you.
Councillor Randall.
Yes, I note just in terms of the joint bus projects and Harbour Quays project, we've got a workshop coming up next week, but I was wondering, given that I understand the revised routes and such like, some of the stuff has been already proposed and settled, can that information be circulated later this week so that we can be prepared for the briefing next week?
Yes. So 2 points, just for further clarification, it's not a joint briefing. We tried to get the joint briefing happening. It's just this council next week and Greater Wellington the week after, from memory. Yes, we can. I've seen your email, and we have the MCAs that looked at the initial options, and that'll be explained and presented prior via the package of slides and then in the workshop.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Free.
Just to confirm that that will also include the Eastern Priority Corridor.
Yep, the two routes, so Route 2 and the Harbour Quays.
Councillor Calvert.
Without having to move an amendment, would officers be able to arrange a briefing for this council with Wellington Electricity within the next couple of months?
Got another one.
When was the last time we had one? We should have one a year. We used to.
Personally, I think it's a waste of time, but...
Well, do I need to, I'm just asking, can officers do it? I'll move it, yeah, okay, I'll move an amendment then, if that's the case.
Now?
Yeah.
How to.
Okay.
I'm asking a question whether officers would just go ahead and arrange it, but if they can't, if they're not, then I'll move an amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I can make a phone call to Wellington Electricity. Sorry, I'm just confused. I thought the Commerce Commission. So you want, after this presentation today, you'd also like
yes, because they couldn't address some of the other questions, and we need
to. Of the detail, the wooden. Okay,
absolutely.
I understand. Okay, well, I can I can make a phone call and we can see what we can do.
Okay. Within by the end of August, please.
Well, I can't speak for Wellington Electricity, but I'll definitely.
I know, but if you could ask them.
Of course, yes.
Yeah. Thank you.
Jolly good. Okay, so Councillor, is that it?
Mm-hmm.
So I will move the decisions register update, and could I have a second? Councillor Matthews has agreed to that, so we will now vote. That is passed. And we will now declare the meeting closed, and please join me in the karakia.
Kia wāti